I'll call the meeting to order, and we'll check after the procedures to, oh, there's Lisa. So we're just waiting for Lupita now. Welcome to the April 15th meeting of the City of Boulder Planning Board. I'll call the meeting to order. I would like to remind members, if you put PB before your name, that helps people identify you when you speak. And I'm going to turn it over to Jean to tell us about the ways that we're participating in the Zoom.
Great, thank you, David, and thanks to everybody for being here tonight. Looks like we've got quite a few folks here for the meeting, so thanks. Glad you're here to watch the meeting and participate. So in order to keep these meetings respectful and orderly, we have a few items of protocol. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited, and just as if it would be if we were meeting in person, the time for speaking or asking questions is limited. So either I or David, the board chair, will recognize applicants or members of the public to speak, and will unmute you at that time when you're called on. So you may not see an unmute button now, but that would appear when we change that setting to unmute you. And we would need, we ask that anyone intending to address the board, please display a full name. If your full name is not currently displayed, you can change that. If you hover over your image and there are 3 dots, you can go to change that display. If you can't find that or your settings are off, please send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. And so only the staff, applicants, and board members will be displaying their video. I'd just like to ask the applicants to go ahead and turn your cameras off until we get to your item. And let's see, we will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates the rules, so just don't do that. And then I'd also like to reinforce that the chat function should really be used only to me as the host for technical issues. Please do not put comments or questions to the board about the things that they are discussing. It's primarily against our rules to have any kind of side conversations going on with the deliberations, but it's also really distracting for them and for all of us. So just use the chat to me for technical issues. And with that, the only other last one is that those sharing screen will only be the staff and applicants. When we get to the open comment or the public hearing, we'll use the raise hand function to indicate that you'd like to speak. I see a number of folks have found that. It can be in different places in different folks' version of Zoom. Sometimes if you hover at the bottom, there's an easy raise hand button. Some folks find that if you, actually, I think with this webinar, it should just be right at the bottom with a raise hand function. I don't think you guys can open the participants list. So if you're having trouble with that, you can send me your name in the chat and let me know. We'll do the open comment first and then wait a little while for that public hearing. So I think with that, what else? Anything that I missed?
I think that sounds good. Thank you so much, Jean, for that.
Okay.
And thanks for all the constant help on making our virtual meetings go well. And welcome, Lupita. I think we're all here now. We've got a full quorum and a full house, so that's great. I will go on then to the second item on the agenda today, which is approval of minutes. The March 18th minutes were sent out for review. Hopefully people had a chance to take a look at them. Anyone have a comment or a motion? Sarah?
All right, I had a chance to look at them 5 minutes ago. So there's a slight change in the board comments under key issue 1 regarding the Hill Hotel. I sent a correction to Cindy just a second ago. What I actually said was that the gray area that allowed these 2 entities to be considered in the same area drives the mass and scale of this project, and it's allowed the project to be more oriented to the university's mass and scale rather than to the neighborhoods. That's actually what I said, and I sent her a correction.
Even if I will make that correction, so you guys can go ahead and vote, and I you can rest assured I will make that change before the signature is applied.
Thank you.
That's great. So any other comments before we entertain a motion on this? So I'll go ahead and move with this language that move to approve March 18th, 2021 minutes with including the corrections that Sarah Silver just submitted. Any second for that?
I'll second.
Oh, I think I saw Lupita's hand first, so I'll go ahead and hand that over. And so all in favor, I will go ahead and do the roll call. Peter? Aye. Sarah?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
And John?
Aye.
And I say aye, so that's unanimous. Thank you all. And I'll just add that this particular set of minutes had a lot, some very complex conditions that we worked on. I just wanted to give kudos to both Cindy and Hella for getting all those documented. It was quite an unusually complicated set, and Hella really helped us with the language on that, so that's great. All right, so the next item on our agenda is public participation. Now this is public participation where everyone gets, who's attending, who wishes to speak, will get 3 minutes maximum. This is for anything that does not have a public hearing on our agenda tonight. So we have a public hearing for items related to the Shining Mountain Waldorf School site review and related issues. So if you have comments on anything to do with Shining Mountain, please wait until later in the meeting when we do Agenda 5A, and you'll have an opportunity to speak then. So any other topics we're entertaining now, and that would include CU South. We are going to be getting a CU South update, but that is not a public hearing. So I know that there are folks here to speak to CU South. So now would be the time to start raising your hands for that or any other subject other than Shining Mountain. And I'd also want to just mention that it came to our attention just in the last few days, and that the City Council recently made a change where they are allowing presentations from the public during public comment. We did not get a chance to discuss that in the board yet. So in order to be fair, we're going to stick with the procedures that we've been using up until now, which is that the public can send presentations to us in advance. And then we'll take a look at aligning with City Council when we get a chance to discuss this in matters either tonight or an upcoming meeting. So I apologize to the public if that was confusing to you. We did receive a set of presentations from 5 people who are lined up to speak, and we'll make sure to bring those up and look at them while you speak. So feel free to reference those pictures. We will see them, and those will also become part of the public record. So with that, I'll turn it over to, is it Jean then that will be calling on people? Thank you, Jean.
Yep, will do. Okay, thanks, David. And again, you'll have 3 minutes. We are, it's not by video, but when I unmute you, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll see a button at that point to be able to unmute and then be able to speak. So it looks like we've got a number of folks teed up. I see Deborah Biasca, Joy Rohde, and Dorothy Cohen, and then followed by Brookie Gallagher. So Deborah, you can go ahead and unmute.
And I'll just add that Deborah's is the first set of slides in Cindy's email. So if you can, if board
Okay,
members.
great. Cindy, how are you? Do you have those available?
They're in each individual board member will have to bring them up. We're not displaying.
Yeah,
So-
we're not displaying.
Oh, I see. Okay, great. So folks have those. All right. Deborah, you can go ahead. You're unmuted. Okay, we're hearing a squeaking, but not a voice. Okay, Deborah? All right. Deborah, we're not hearing you. Okay, let's try again. I think we're only hearing a faint background.
I'm not saying anything.
Must be a microphone issue.
Must be a microphone issue.
Oh,
Deborah,
in chat, Deborah just said that she's going to log out and then back in, and she's hoping we can call on
Perfect.
her a little later.
let's do that. All right. Joy Rhodey,
Hi there, can you hear me?
we can.
All right, thanks for your time today. I wanted to, I hope all of you can pull up the image that I provided. It is basically of a right triangle that shows Moorhead intersecting between Broadway and Table Mesa. And the reason I'm providing this is that the Fox Tuttle survey showed that out of 7,000 trips they were estimating, and by the way, these 7,000 trips were calculated on days when we were in entire lockdown, but the estimated 7,000 trips, 0% were attributed to Moorhead. And this is really concerning for residents of my neighborhood, Martin Acres, because Moorhead is a very well-traveled street. And by the way, the only street that is the access and egress to our neighborhood. Correction, actually, we can access our neighborhoods with right-hand turns onto 40th, 41st, 42nd, et cetera, but we can't exit that way. Table Mesa is too busy to make left turns. So we are stuck going through Moorhead, and with the additional building at CU South, we will be lining up even further behind other cars, which already get back to the post office at some times. If you note, I mean, we even run bus routes on Moorhead. The 204 runs by there because it's a very effective route with no stop signs, no stop lights, a very easy way between two campuses if we put CU South there. So I anticipate that we're going to be landlocked, unable to exit our neighborhood if we're really anticipating that there will be 0% trips through that. It's a straight shot. It's a diagonal that goes directly between the two. I am also concerned that the South Boulder Road and Table Mesa Drive have very low attributions as well in this traffic survey. A lot of people are going to come in from Louisville and Lafayette, where it's more affordable to live and reside if you're a student. I feel like this is a very flawed traffic study, and I would hope that any of you reasonable people who have lived in Boulder a while would recognize that there wouldn't be a 0% chance that somebody would come down Moorhead. Students speed down there all the time. Students live in that neighborhood. I think it's only going to get worse. So I hope and ask you to reconsider looking at this traffic survey. Maybe some of the dates could align with dates when there's actual traffic on the road rather than initial lockdown on COVID. And maybe we could consider Moorhead and Table Mesa a little bit more closely as well. And I would want to build that into the land swap as well. So if the traffic shows to be untenable, we really need to have the agreement that maybe we could look at other parcels as well, like the North Boulder parcel, which is not in a floodplain and is easy access for many people. Right now, South Boulder is pretty clogged. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much, Joy. Okay, it looks like we've got Deborah. Okay, good. Deborah, you changed that. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see if we can hear you this time.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. There we go.
I don't see your, okay. I'd like to also talk about traffic and CU South to explain why the city needs a truly independent study of traffic impacts as annexation negotiations ramp up. This is a critical step in light of the 7,000 daily additional cars by CU's calculations that would be routed through South Boulder from CU South to the main campus if CU's current plans are implemented. Yet the current traffic study by Fox Tuttle engineers suffers from several methodological flaws that whitewash the harmful traffic impacts sure to flow from the development. Planning Department's own lengthy criticism of the report underscores this point. And several years ago, we in South Boulder responded to a faulty report from the same firm concerning the Baseline Zero project, which actually proposed a 4-story hotel and office building complex entirely within the neighborhood with no Main Street access and wiping out appropriately scaled successful neighborhood retail. After public input pointed out serious gaps in that report, the project was withdrawn, and this same firm performed the study for the Folsom Street right-sizing fiasco. The traffic impacts of the annexation, doubling the size of CU's main campus, are even more impactful. So now I'll address the lack of a legitimate baseline traffic count that would serve as the foundation for all traffic planning related to the proposal. Please look at slide 1. November 13, 2020 was the last day of in-person learning before all classes at CU went remote in the face of spiraling COVID cases. November 16 was the last day of in-person learning for BVSD, Boulder Valley School District, before their classes went remote. And then the next day on November 17, traffic engineers hired by CU begin their 3-day traffic study. A broader context makes these facts even more salient. Look at slide 2, please. This significant elimination of people from our roadways was on top of the already reduced traffic due to COVID. From publicly available information, we tabulated the number of students, faculty, and staff for CU and SOBO K-12 schools. 46,000 additional individuals are removed from South Boulder roadways, and then CU begins its 3-day study. Please look at slide 3. This cannot possibly be considered a legitimate traffic baseline count for a development this size, and all future forecasting would be based on this faulty count, off by an order of magnitude. It's time now for the city to fund traffic analyses for which the city selects their own qualified neutral engineers, financially independent of the developer, definitely not Fox Tuttle, and starting with CU South. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, we've got nine more folks with hands raised. Next up will be Dorothy Cohen, followed by Brookie Gallagher, followed by Ron Depew. Okay. Dorothy, you can unmute.
Okay.
Oh.
My name is Dorothy Cohen and I live in Martin Acres. And I have continually, periodically walk at the South Boulder campus. I think that CU, in the agreement that they need, if they do need a third campus, it should be done through the land exchange in which CU gets 129 acres in North Boulder and the reserve of the city CU South, which is in the floodplain, goes to the city. The rationale is that this area is not in a floodplain. It would save the city between $15 and $25 million to haul in all that dirt to build on CU's property is ridiculous. I mean, it's in the 100-year floodplain and nobody in their right mind having private property would be building in a floodplain. It would take tens of thousands of tons of dirt to fill up in order to build. And this just makes no sense in what the prior people have said about traffic. South Boulder is already congested and it just makes no sense to have all of these trucks coming there. And then when it's built, it would create traffic. Moreover, that the cost of this dirt to fill up in order to, that money would be a burden to the taxpayers. And on top of it, it could be much more better used to benefit the residents. Things such as affordable housing, traffic mitigation, climate action, long overdue maintenance for open space lands. My house was affected by the flood. And I think if they build something there, it's just going to create more havoc and more flooding in Martin Acres. And I don't feel like the neighborhood should be, take the burden of this responsibility when there is an alternative to do a trade. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Dorothy. Okay. Next up is Ron. Ron, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Ron Depew here. I also would like to address CU South. The annexation agreement that is written for CU South needs to be done with a land exchange in which CU gets land at the North Boulder Area 3 Planning Reserve and the city gets the land at CU South. Area 3 land is not in a floodplain, unlike CU South. CU campus at Area 3 will save Boulder millions of dollars in campus area fill dirt and other site improvements totally unrelated to flood protection for Fraser Meadows. Those millions of Boulder tax dollars are needed for improving citywide infrastructure that will benefit city residents, as well as provide for affordable housing, Boulder traffic mitigation, climate action, long overdue maintenance on open space lands, and also city streets, etc. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Brookie, I think I skipped you, but you can be you'll be up next. So Brookie Gallagher, okay, not available. Brookie is using an older version of Zoom. Okay. Brookie, I'm going to promote you to a panelist briefly so that you can unmute and speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. You can
Okay,
go
great.
ahead.
Hi, this is Brookie Gallagher. I live in the Table Mesa neighborhood of South Boulder. The recently updated CU South briefing book notes that CU has stated that they are unwilling to make annual payments to the city to contribute to the cost of services such as fire and rescue that the city will be required to provide to them if their property is annexed. These payments in lieu of taxes are standard practice for tax-exempt entities who seek annexation. CU is uninterested, apparently, in paying anything towards city services and has instead suggested that they would offer to allow the city to build a new fire and rescue station on their property at the city expense. If the proposed station is built as a replacement for the existing Darley Ave fire station, as has been suggested, it will be extremely detrimental, not only for the South Boulder community, but for the entire Boulder community. You should have in front of you an image I submitted with 2 graphs on which this is displayed clearly. The data for the graphs are the distances between 7,000 South Boulder structures and the existing Darley station, and the distances between these structures and the proposed CU South station. Currently, the majority of South Boulder homes are less than 1 mile from this fire station. The distance of the majority of homes from the proposed fire station would be 1.5 to 2.5 miles. This significant increase in response distance obviously increases emergency response time significantly. And insurance companies are well aware of this, which is why in cases such as these, homeowners' insurance costs go up as well. The only beneficiary of this will be CU, who will end up with an on-site fire and rescue station to support their future campus development, all paid for by the city. This is not a benefit to the Boulder residential community. In fact, it will be a huge cost. I implore you to demand that CU agree to these pilot payments, the payment in lieu of taxes, and not to agree to reducing safety for Boulder residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much,
Brookie.
Brookie. We really appreciate that. And I just wanted to remind board members that Brookie also provided some graphs to go with the presentation you just heard. I also want to, it occurred to me, and now a couple board members have also reminded me, there are a couple of folks on our board who are going to be recused for the section on CU South. And so my assumption was that we don't want you to not hear things not related to CU South that people might be addressing during public comment. But Hella, is it okay if these folks stay on as long as the agreement is that that the recused folks do not comment on these presentations? I don't know if Hella is here at this point.
I am here, sorry, computer
Oh, yes.
problems.
Great. Yeah, is it okay for the folks that are recused for agenda item 6B, the two or 6A to stay on as long as they don't participate in any discussion around this, or is?
Yeah, I think for this purpose, that should be okay. They usually have to absent themselves. Maybe you can try not to listen to it if you hear at the beginning of a speaker that what they're speaking about, but we don't know who's speaking to what, who's lined up in public participation. So I think this is probably the only way to do it.
Thanks, Hella. Great. And yeah, and we'll just make sure that we don't have any discussions with anyone that's recused. So go ahead, Jean. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So next up, we'll have Mike Marsh, followed by Laura Tyler, followed by Paula Mosley. Mike, let's try to get you unmuted, and if not, I can promote you.
And Mike is also has a presentation in that email.
I think
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, before I start, could I just ask all the planning board members to have my first slide on their screen? And in my comments, I'll give a heads up when it's time for my next slide. Okay, all right, good evening. Traffic in South Boulder on the west side of US 36 is already frequently clogged. Many folks who live north and east don't necessarily see this, but the majority of Boulder's 60,000 daily in commuters come in on US 36 from the south. Many drivers exit Table Mesa, Baseline, Colorado, and Arapahoe, so by the time you reach Central and North Boulder, much of that traffic has dissipated, although it's still challenging. But think of it as a funnel in which South Boulder is exposed to the full blast of traffic before any is funneled off. Two of the most inundated arteries are westbound Table Mesa and Baseline, because that's how commuters get to major employers and destinations like NCAR, NIST, and CU. The concern is that the majority of CU South's 7,000 additional trips per day will further clog these very same arteries. So my first slide shows the all too common traffic backup on Baseline heading west towards CU. On my second slide, you can see traffic is backed up from Broadway past 28th Street, 30th, and actually as far down as 35th Street. The street sign is 32nd that you can see there. Staying on this slide, I'll discuss some major statistical errors in CU South's traffic study. Here's the point. You can sample traffic on a Christmas morning if you like, as long as you use the multiplier for Christmas, a multiplier that would be sky high. The multiplier takes into account how much lower than normal traffic is at a given time. But CU waited until all the schools had gone remote before counting their traffic in November. So not surprisingly, November had the least traffic of any fall month. So of course, November's multiplier would be the highest. But CU assigned October's multiplier to November. The problem, October had the most traffic last fall, therefore its multiplier was the smallest of any fall month. My third slide is a screenshot from their traffic study. That's CU's handwriting in red. CU applied October's multiplier to November. And my fourth slide further documents this. You cannot do this in statistics. You cannot cherry pick the most optimal data to suit your argument on both sides of the spectrum. Obviously, you're obligated to use the multiplier for the actual month you counted traffic in. So on top of an artificially lowballed starting traffic count, CU used an incorrect lowball multiplier. Combining them creates a giant double whammy statistical error. Future traffic projections will be off by orders of magnitude, thousands, not hundreds of vehicles. It's very difficult to watch the city accept a study that would be immediately rejected by any fair and impartial court in the land, as well as a study that was obviously timed to get the lowest traffic count possible. The city should demand that a proper independent traffic study be done by a firm not on CU's payroll. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, next up is Laura Tyler. Laura, you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Hello, community. This is Laura Tyler with the South Boulder Creek Action Group, and I want to thank you this evening for this opportunity to speak. And I also want to thank you, planning board members, for overseeing the public engagement process around the annexation of CU South. with a special thanks to Phil Kleisler and Jean Gatza. You all have done a fabulous job responding to requests for information. The public meetings were well run, well organized. And then also it's amazing to see that the Be Heard Boulder survey, the questionnaire, had over 900 people respond. And so I just started getting into some of that information last night, and the data that came out of that and the stories, the comments that people made within it are really great. So thank you so much for all of those opportunities. And as far as tonight goes, it's great to see concerns about light, noise, and setbacks. It's great to see those being addressed in the updated briefing book. And something that I'm interested in hearing you talk more about this evening is this idea of housing affordability. So the site is unique. And what does affordability mean in the context of student and faculty staff housing? How are you going to, what's the metric that you're going to use to determine that? And please know that this project has the wholehearted support of members of the South Boulder Creek Action Group, mainly because the flood mitigation piece is going to save lives, but also we're really excited about the potential benefits for habitat restoration, increasing Boulder's open space, and also housing for CU faculty and staff. And the fact that this is adjacent to Table Mesa Park and Ride, it feels providential. That's a wonderful piece. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, Paula, you should be able to unmute. There you
Hi.
go.
My name is Paula Mosley. I live in South Boulder. I am curious about the need for recusal. Is that something you guys could clarify? Maybe after I'm done talking about who is being recused and why. Anyway, a few years back, I participated in at least 3 of the public community input events that were about the comp plan updates. And I don't know how I could have missed it, but I don't remember seeing anything in that about the scope and size of what's being proposed at CU South. I'm not following everything every day about the city and the county and all of that, but I feel like if it had been made more clear longer ago, I would have noticed that what's being proposed there is something the size of the current main campus. On that spot in South Boulder, I'm dumbfounded how that seems to be moving ahead. I feel like, and I'm an alumna of CU, I like CU, but I feel like they are not being good neighbors. They're not being good citizens, so to speak, of Boulder. They seem to be in a position of trying to bully the city into annexation. They get what they want and they give us, the flood area that we need. I don't understand why the city doesn't push harder to take the area that we need and just let's see you deal with it. It's not like they have some inalienable right to develop whatever the hell they want on that property. It's not preordained. We, the citizens, the city council, the planning board, everyone can step up and make this fit better for the needs of the city. So I am not happy with how this has progressed. It feels like things were already well underway before public input started happening last fall. It feels like the deal has already been essentially made, and now we're being asked to give our input. I agreed with some of the other speakers about looking into the North Boulder site. It seems to be very logical. It seems like a very rational approach. Thank you for listening.
Thanks,
Thank you, Paula. I'll just quickly say that, yes, since it came up, the recusals that are happening are board members who have a relationship with CU that might be financial in nature. And as a result, those folks step out when we talk about that, this particular project. And I don't know, Hella, if you want to add anything to that, but in general, we don't, anyone who's recused does not participate in discussions that we're having on the CU South project.
And I'm happy to disclose, I'll state it again when we get to the actual item, that I'm one of the folks who recuses myself. I currently have a temporary contract performing remote publications and resource support for a professor within ENVD, which is environmental design. And because my paycheck is paid for through CU, that means I have a fiduciary responsibility or fiduciary relationship with the University of Colorado Boulder. And so despite the fact that in no way, shape, or form am I ever on campus or doing anything with that, if you read the city's policy, that requires recusal. So I step aside whenever there's anything to do with CU South.
Thank you.
I don't know if we need to add anything, Hella, or is that was pretty.
Yeah, I think that was pretty thorough, and I anticipate that the board members that do have a conflict will recuse themselves from the discussion under the matters item later tonight.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Jean.
Okay, great. We've got 3 more hands raised. Karen Holweg, Jan Tressel, and Nicole Spear. Karen, you should be able to go ahead. There you go.
Thank you. And thank you, planning board members, for your service on planning board and your commitment to the city and all the complications that being on planning board entails. I want to tell you about a few observations I've made recently about the economic and land use implications of CU's expansion, and ask you to think about these as you consider plans for CU South this evening. As you may know, in recent years, CU has acquired and expanded from their main campus west across Broadway, and also north almost to Arapahoe with their purchase recently of Harvest House. And then on the east side of 28th, they own property from the west side of 30th all the way to the Parkway, and from just south of Arapahoe all the way south to College. And if you've been on East Campus recently, you can see that there are 5 now very large buildings from 4 to 6 to 3 stories, and a number of athletic fields out there. And there's also, of course, been a very large expansion recently in the Williams Village area. So as I was looking at a map and running errands the other day, I said to myself, you know, it just seems like from a planning perspective, this expansion as well as economic impacts seems to really have taken over the heart of Boulder. The huge area that CU now encompasses, with properties all the way from Art Hardware and Harvest House all the way to the Williams Village area. It just seems like we're becoming a huge, what we used to call company town, with increasing economic impacts, with properties being taken out of city services and involvement to the university controlling them. And I just like to ask you to consider this as you think of the further expansion at CU South and its implications for the future of our town. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, next up, Jan Tressel, Nicole Spear, and Lynn Siegel. Jan, you should be able to go ahead.
And Jan submitted a PowerPoint as well.
Am I
or-
muted?
You are.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes, you can look at those photographs at your leisure. Good evening, Planning Board. I'm Jan Trussell. I'm president of the Martin Acres Neighborhood Association. In September of 2013, after days of constant relentless rain, I threw on my fishing waders and ran down from my house on South 36th Street to Martin Drive to help my neighbors throw sandbags in an attempt to divert the overflow from Bear Creek away from the neighborhood properties as well as the elementary school. I'm only 5'2", and at times the water was chest high over by 35th Street. We used plastic garbage bags purchased at King Soopers. We had a team of people filling the bags with sand from the playground and a nearby large sandbox from a neighbor's property. The other team passed them down in the line to divert the water. This went on for several hours. Eventually, another neighbor came in with a compact track loader. They shoved the sand in to further divert the water back towards Bear Creek. It was successful. And because of the teamwork, determination, and bravery from the people of Martin Acres, I was so humbled by that. Now, there seems to be a misconception that the flooding in Martin Acres was due to sewer backups. Now, this is not the case, as you can see from the photos. However, it has been ascertained by Council Member Sam Weaver that since the city replaced the Moorhead Avenue main sewer line, Martin Acres shouldn't have any flood issues. That's not the case. In the provided photos, you can see two major drainages bisect our neighborhood, Skunk Creek and Bear Creek. Both overtopped their banks in 2013. Practically every house with a basement in Martin Acres flooded. And now this was due to two major factors. One, the ground was so saturated with water that it seeped in through people's basement foundation walls. Two, running surface water poured in through people's basement window wells. Now, my final point is this. No one begrudges Fraser Meadows getting flood protection. In the past, I've spoken multiple times at planning board and council meetings in their defense against proposed further developments that would have increased flood dangers for that neighborhood. Now, this next statement needs to be considered by planning board. If the city is going to spend $66 million on flood mitigation for Fraser Meadows, they should be prepared to spend that type of money for flood mitigation for other vulnerable neighborhoods. If you agree with this statement, where is the money going to come from? If you disagree, why the single special focus on Fraser Meadows? Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Jan. Okay, next up is Nicole Spear. Nicole, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Planning Board. My name is Nicole Spear, and I live in the Tanter Park neighborhood that's just west of the northwest section of CU South. I'm close enough that on a good day, I could throw a ball from in front of my house and have it land at CU South. I wanted to let you know that I've been very impressed with the community engagement process regarding this annexation agreement. Between the briefing booklet and the Be Heard Boulder survey and the late night community meetings with neighborhoods like mine that are adjacent to or near CU South, engagement on this annexation agreement has been a very thorough and impressive process. I feel heard, and with all of this collaboration and community involvement in the annexation agreement, I believe there will be significant community benefit to this annexation. As someone who lives right next to CU South, I've really appreciated the work that's been done to address neighborhood concerns such as height limits, limited impact zones, ensuring that nearby neighborhoods don't increase their flood risk, and most recently creating a buffer zone between my neighborhood and any proposed development. This engagement process has led to significant improvements in the annexation agreement for my neighborhood. Although my neighborhood is not at risk from flooding, flood mitigation is my #1 issue. With a climate crisis underway, it's urgent that we plan for and mitigate flood risk in all flood-prone areas of town. This annexation agreement will enable us to move forward with flood mitigation for the folks north of Table Mesa and west of Highway 36. An important secondary issue for me is affordable housing for CU faculty, staff, graduate students, and upper class students. CU is one of our community's biggest employers, and we need more housing to create a sustainable community. I'm very interested in thinking about how we can use the annexation agreement to address traffic concerns by limiting the trip budgets. Traffic seems the biggest issue outstanding in the annexation agreement, and many people here have commented on that tonight. It's worth noting that traffic noise from 36 has grown substantially in my neighborhood over the past decade. And so as a neighbor, I really like the idea of reducing single occupancy car trips into town by building more workforce housing. CU is a major employer in our community, and as median Boulder housing prices are over $1 million, they need the opportunity to house their staff and faculty. I agree with the Martin Acres folks that transportation is an important issue here. Even on the southeast side of Table Mesa, we've noticed an increase in traffic as high housing prices are forcing people to commute to Boulder from surrounding towns. Rather than further delaying an annexation that will protect thousands of lives and in the future offer much needed housing to CU faculty, staff, and graduate students, I hope we can use this annexation opportunity to think differently about transportation by putting limits on car trips in the annexation agreement. CU has a chance to design a brand new transportation system, and because they're starting from scratch, they're perfectly positioned to think about new and innovative transportation options. This annexation agreement gives us a way to rethink how we plan for a sustainable future for our city, and I hope that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel, and if anyone else would like to address the board in open comment, now's the time to raise your hand. Lynn, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can.
Boy, I'm getting confused listening to all this North Boulder, affordable housing, the traffic. I'm just going to take you on a little time travel back 26 years that this corrupt CU South purchase took place. 1995, the Flatirons Gravel Company requested annexation for 78 luxury homes and 100,000 square foot Women of the West Museum. This act elicited citizen opposition group Livable Boulder, the same group that 20 years later authored the successful Development Shall Pay Its Own Way ballot measure 301 in 2015. The 1995 request for annexation elicited secret negotiations between Flatirons and CU. In 1996, CU completed the purchase from Flatirons. The independent appraisal was $9.2 million. CU bought it for $16.4 million. Curious. That was minus a $5 million bargain, courtesy of an inflated appraisal arising from the secret negotiations with Dick Tharp, the CU athletic director, serving counsel for Flatirons Gravel. Dick Tharp. Dick's part owner of Liquor Mart. And remember Council Member Jack Stokes? He's the president of Liquor Mart, or he was. Booze and athletics pair really well. Dick Tharp resigned as director of Liquor Mart in 2004, citing the appearance of impropriety under pressure from Chancellor Binney and President Hoffman. CU's athletic department has come under scrutiny amid the football recruiting scandal and sexual misconduct, alcohol abuse. An investigating committee probing the scandal questioned Tharp's role with the store. 9 women, and the clergy said that Dick could have also divested from Liquor Mart. Now, remember the Olive? OLIV, that's the Liquor Mart site. Well, there's an interesting thing there that happened. WW Reynolds bought Liquor Mart for $9 million. These numbers sound so similar. In September of 2016. It's all good for Liquor Mart, Dick Tharp said. We're not going anywhere. September 2018, 2 years later, Liquor Mart is sold to Core Spaces out of Chicago. This is a Chicago developer that owns apartment complexes in dozens of university towns around the country. The price, $16.6 million, a snowstorm of dollar bills. WW Reynolds made off with $7.6 million in 2 years. Isn't this fascinating?
Thanks, Lynn.
Just fascinating.
Okay, I see no other hands for the open comment.
Okay, great. Thank you so
Right.
much, Jean.
Well, I
Last
just see
call.
one
Oh,
more-
wait.
I
Did
see
we
one
get
more
someone?
up just now with an open boulder as the name displayed. So I'll unmute you, but please, if you could provide your name and address, please, for the record.
Hi, apologies for this. This is Jan Burton, and I have an Open Boulder account and a personal one, and for some reason it always gets signed up on Open Boulder. So this is me talking to Open Boulder. Thanks for your time tonight. I would like to talk on behalf of the South Boulder Creek. I was on council when we basically moved this property into a new status and asked Planning Board to do an annexation agreement. And I have this vast, of course it was controversial then, but I have a very good memory of the county commissioners, and because it was a 4-body review, and they said basically they are approving it and get after it for housing, because we desperately needed housing in this community, and we even more need housing now. So I would encourage you as a planning board to very seriously consider the impact of housing that South Boulder Creek could have. Of course, it's very important for the flood mitigation, but also as someone who lives in the Hill neighborhood, it would be extremely nice to have some diverse housing for students, but also for faculty and professors who often live outside of Boulder. So please consider this in your deliberations tonight in regards to South Boulder Creek. Thanks very much for your time and your contributions to our community.
Great, thanks, Jan. Okay, all right, I am seeing no other hands. Back to you, David.
Okay, thank you, Jean. All right, and I want to thank the public for remembering to state names and addresses. That's always really helpful, and for those really respectful comments, very well thought out. Thank you so much. So with that, we're going to go on to agenda item 4 is call-ups and dispositions. We have none, so we'll skip that and go on to our first public hearing item. Tonight we'll be hearing consideration of the following related to the Shining Mountain Waldorf School properties located at a number of addresses on Violet Avenue, Union Avenue, and Locust and Broadway. We'll be taking action on a site review application for the consolidation and redevelopment of the school facilities and redevelopment of the remaining properties with attached and detached dwelling units subject to design guidelines, LUR 2019-68. We'll be taking action on a use review application to amend the existing use review that is currently in place, update the management plan for the private school use within the RL1 and RL2 zoning districts, LUR 2020-26. We'll also be doing a recommendation to City Council on the proposed annexation agreement amendment for the site to remove a 2-story maximum that was put in place in the annexation agreement originally, and that is LUR 2020-50. And finally, we're going to be deciding on a recommendation on the proposed disposal of vacated 9th Street right-of-way located between Locust Avenue and Cherry Avenue on the east side of Foothills Community Park. And so that will be the final of 4 things that we'll be making decisions on tonight. Also, it's just to be noted, the applicant is seeking vested rights for elements of the site and use review. So I'd like to go ahead and ask planning board members if they have any ex parte communication or potential conflicts of interest to disclose. I did nothing other than a walkthrough of the site over the last couple of years. Anyone else have anything to disclose? Looks like we're ready to go forward then. Okay, so we'll start then with the staff presentation, and I'll hand it over to Charles and Elaine to give us that. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the board. going to turn it over to Elaine McLaughlin, pardon me. She'll be presenting staff's analysis this evening.
Great. Thank you, Charles, and good evening, everyone. It just takes a minute for this presentation to move into presentation mode. There we go. So for this evening, we're going to take a look at the review process to date, the existing site, and we're going to look at the context, both the planning and the built context. We're going to take a brief look at the proposed project. It's a phased approach to build out with a mix of uses. And then we have several key issues to discuss this evening. So the property was annexed through various annexations in the 80s and 90s. There was a PUD and special review that were approved in 1986 that established the school. And then special reviews were approved over time as well, including a PUD amendment to construct the festival hall that we'll also talk about in addition tonight. And then the vacated 9th Street right-of-way was approved in 1997, and it was actually vacated. There was a deed to pass along to the school, and that authorized the city manager to dispose it, but it was never fully executed. So that's another topic for this evening as well. So with regard to the review process to date, for this particular project, an application for concept plan review was submitted in March of 2018. Following in May and July that year, Planning Board and Council reviewed the concept plan. And then in 2019, the applicant submitted a site review. Following May, a use review was submitted. And in the course of review, the annexation agreement amendment came up. So that was submitted in October of last year. It's important to note this has been through a lot of planning efforts and review with, there were about 4 resubmittal corrections reviewed by Staff Development Review Committee. And then following this evening, call-up consideration and action by City Council scheduled for May 4th. So just starting with the site itself, the existing campus includes a lot of variety of open space, play areas. There's the existing festival hall, a number of buildings on the property, the existing parking lot. The high school site today is vacant, which you can see in the corner. And then also there's a relatively vacant property with a small single family residence at the corner of Broadway and Violet. The existing high school site is on the south side. And so there's a variety of, there's a lot of character inherent in this existing school site and property. And there we go. His surrounding context is eclectic as well. And it's notable that it's surrounded by everything from industrial to mixed use, along with single family residential across the streets. And then Foothills Community Park, of course, is to the west, Thousand Rosewoods to the north and west. And then Ponderosa Mobile Home Park that you had reviewed in the last couple of years with future Ponderosa Park being implemented over time is to the north. Then the built environment reflects the zoning that exists today. RL1 is to the south and RL2 includes the site itself. Some of those parcels that we looked at earlier, RM1 and mixed use 2. There's also the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park. And it's important to note also with regard to zoning that townhomes, which are part of this proposal, are allowed by right. Private school requires a use review in the RL2 zoning district. So on the site itself, the build out includes a new 2-story high school, There's private drive and parking that's being proposed to better utilize drop-off lanes. There's an addition to the festival hall and landscape and streetscaping. There's a new 2-story lower and middle school, and then a new kindergarten that's planned. For the property owned by the school where the high school is today, in a later phase, there's 20 single-family lots proposed. And then on this easternmost parcel, there's 17 townhomes proposed. There's modifications that are included in the proposal, including a parking reduction and some setback modifications. For proposed circulation, there's quite a bit that the applicant is proposing in terms of improvements, not the least of which is the extension of Locust Avenue that's planned to essentially remove some of the pressure of congestion that exists today. 10th Street's planned to be widened with on-street parking on both sides, detached walkways, tree lawns on both sides. Locust will have a similar treatment with a tree lawn, detached sidewalks on the south side. Locust Avenue to the west similarly will have street trees. There's an attached walk planned for Locust West to provide opportunities for school kids to exit vehicles safely. There's some private connectivity improvements also with this new connection from Locust to Violet that serves the townhomes as well as the high school. Also, there's pedestrian path from Locust to Union that's proposed, as well as pedestrian paths through the site itself. So as I mentioned, there's a proposed phasing. And so it would be built out in 3 phases, essentially 3 years each. The new high school is proposed in the first phase with public improvements that would serve it, a multi-use path that would extend from 10th into the site, and then subdivision and replat for the high school and townhomes. Phase 2 is essentially the residential areas, along with that performing arts addition, and then the lower middle school, kindergarten, and the remaining redevelopment on the site is planned for phase 3. So just taking a brief look at some of the proposals, the high school site, which again, it's proposed in phase 1, includes classrooms of visual and practical arts facilities. It's approximately 14,000 square feet. It's essentially intended to frame the open space that also opens up to serve the townhome site. The festival hall addition, it's about 3,700 square feet with a performing arts aspect, barrel vaulted roof, an orchestra classroom addition, and a eurythmy theater, which sounds interesting and wonderful. And then for the townhomes, 17 townhomes, as I mentioned, the site plan is proposed with detached garages, this access lane. There's small open spaces within the townhome site itself. And there's also design guidelines that we'll talk a little bit about to provide some predictability on how this develops out into the build out. And then those single family homes, it includes streetscaping. There's some on-street parking, detention along Broadway. And then, as I noted, that walkway connection from Locust to Union. So starting with key 1 and yes.
I'm sorry to be interrupting. We just noticed that we lost John Gerstle. He's having some connection problems. If you don't mind, could you wait for a few minutes while we find out if he can reconnect?
Yeah.
And when he comes back, we can also ask if he had any ex parte disclosures, because I think he, somebody mentioned he might have dropped off before we did that.
Yeah, we lost him at the very beginning. Sorry, he's trying to log on to a neighbor's internet. So I'm in connection with him via text, so.
Have you already asked Cindy if he has hotspot capability off of any cell phones?
I have not. But
You might not know if he does though. I don't mean that badly, just,
I wouldn't know that.
yeah, I didn't know till I needed it. And then I was like, oh, look at this cool thing my phone can do.
Says he's trying to log in now. I asked him what his neighbor's name is because it may not show up as John Gerstle. So. Just lost somebody.
It's the excitement of these virtual meetings.
We need the Jeopardy music.
The other possibility might be to have just a voice dial in. But if anyone is talking with him.
I'm going to suggest that. Logging in now, he says. Sorry, folks.
Guess we can consider this a break of sorts.
Yeah.
If people want to grab something, it's probably going to be another minute.
Asking, how's it going? I'm not getting a response. Oh. Now he wants the phone number. So I'm going to give him the phone number.
All right, looks like John just got on.
Oh, you see him? I don't even see him.
Just promoted him.
Oh, okay.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry about that. I lost connection and had to dash over to my brother's house. So now I'm here.
Okay, John. Well, we stopped and waited for you. Elaine was in the middle, was just giving her presentation. And I think you missed disclosures. Did you have any ex parte or anything you needed to talk about?
No, I've been over to the school site and walked around a lot, and beyond that, nothing. Thank you.
Great. Glad to have you back. We can hear you just fine.
I'm sorry and embarrassed about that, but glad to.
No problem.
I have a couple of questions too, before we move on. John, did you read the staff memo on this item prior to this hearing? Oh, now his internet might be lagging.
Yes.
And then Elaine.
I have read it.
Great, thank you, John. Elaine has started with her presentation. So I want to ask Elaine if she so far has presented anything that was not also part of the staff memo.
No.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for letting me join you again.
All right, well, let's go ahead and continue then. And John, of course, if there's any questions that you have at the end, we'll be able to ask those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Great. So continuing on, and maybe some good timing on John's part, we're just starting with key issue 1 and project consistency with the site review criteria. Among the criteria is consistency on balance with the comp plan policies. And there's a number of policies that the site plan supports, including the connectivity that's planned with the new streets and walkways, the environmental design of retaining a large area of open space, along with the mature trees, and augmenting the urban forest with significant tree planting, providing solar panels for on-site energy generation to meet the city's rigorous energy code standards, and of course, providing a mix of housing types, as well as the provision of the school that, along with the ball fields and the festival hall, the performing arts facility, it's a place where the community is invited, and the city wants to encourage and support community facilities. So regarding open space that's accessible and functional, the plans illustrate a hierarchy of open spaces throughout the site plan. The main campus, again, there's a lot of mature landscaping that's intended to be augmented. And in particular, the central open space area is going to continue to create a sense of enclosure that frames the buildings to open up towards the open space and west towards the mountains. And the applicant's landscape plans show a fairly thoughtful and detailed approach to all components of play and engagement for students in a variety of open space contexts, from the open play fields to the amphitheater and court sports to nature walks and gathering spaces. And then similarly, the high school site is designed to enclose open space on the north and west and open towards the townhomes that'll essentially have access to that space during off-school hours. For the 17 townhome style dwellings within the RL2, a minimum of 6,000 square feet of open space per dwelling unit, or 102,000 square feet is required. And in this case, the applicant's providing a variety of open spaces for the townhomes, including small private backyard spaces at the rear of townhomes, a shared pocket park space, open space with the school and the main campus, and high school open space that faces the townhomes. There's hours for access to the entire open space they're buried. And essentially it equates to around 210,000 square feet of open space. That's about 4.83 acres between the main campus, the high school, and the townhomes. And so it exceeds the open space requirements. And then the open space criteria of the site review ask, if possible, it could be linked to an open space citywide area, citywide system. And so in that regard, that main campus essentially today, and it will continue to seamlessly transition to that 65 acres of Foothills Community Park. And then that in turn is connected to city open space and mountain parks, land to the west with multiple trails. For the site review criteria related to building design, the height, mass, scale, orientation, and configuration being in the area, or being compatible in the area, or with an adopted plan. As we noted, the area is pretty eclectic with a number of different types of buildings and mixes of uses, and single family and industrial and park space. So within this this particular site and the broader area, it's part of the North Boulder Subcommunity Union Utica neighborhood, which was a North Boulder Subcommunity Plan was adopted in 1995. And while the plan contains pretty limited guidelines for just the Union Utica neighborhood and Waldorf School, there are guidelines for all neighborhoods, and they tend to focus on pedestrian orientation for residential design, high quality streetscapes, building design that the applicant evidently referenced for the school buildings. And then also the design guidelines that were prepared for the townhomes and single family residential. They're intended to essentially tier off of these North Boulder Subcommunity Plan guidelines. And in that regard, they address a full range of topics from building morphology, entries, roofs, materials, siding, windows, and so forth. And it's really intended to provide some predictability in the build out of the site for potentially different builders for each of the single family lots. As I noted earlier, these are phase 2 of development. The school will not be redeveloping these. They will be provided to a developer or developers or homeowners who want to build on the property. So then, given that the applicant's proposing 17 townhome lots and the 20 single family, the site review criteria that talks about assisting the city with providing a range of housing types is met. And then the site is, or rather the proposed project has a parking calculation that results in 67% parking reduction, which sounds rather high. And in this regard, it's important to note that there'll be a lot of shared parking and different hours of parking. And the site review criteria for a parking reduction looks at that and several different criteria that are essentially ask if there's adequate accommodation between on and off street parking, if there's a joint use of shared parking, and if there's varying time periods of use. And also if the nature of occupancy will not change. And so in that regard, as detailed in the parking management plan, there's adequate parking provided through 73 proposed parking spaces, 67 on-street parking spaces. There's 16 on-street drop-off and pickup spaces, as well as 19 off-street or on-site drop-off and pickup spaces, as well as 10 that are shared between the townhomes and the high school. In all told, that's 175 motor vehicles. And in essence, there's the sump principles that are being applied, given the fact that it's not only shared in a joint use between the drop-off and pickup spaces, and also on-street parking spaces when in the evening hours, they could be occupied by the townhomes, and during the day may be occupied by users of the school. So regarding key issue number 2 and consistency with the site or the use review criteria, much of the criteria looks to compatibility, convenience, and character. And in that regard, the school's been part of this neighborhood for about 35 years. And so the planned improvements to the school campus are not only going to augment and improve the character of the area, the new parking and drop-off areas, as well as the extension of Locust, as we noted, are all intended to help with congestion that had been experienced during school hours. And of course, with regard to character of the area, we've talked a little bit about the variety and how eclectic it is. But when introducing new residential uses, clearly there's going to be a change in the character of the area, but the intent is to utilize design guidelines to ensure compatibility in the context. And those residential uses are essentially in keeping with the character of the surroundings. Key issue 3's cleanup item from that 1997 annexation of the site plan, where townhomes are planned that restrict buildings to 2 stories above the basement in an area where the zoning permits 35 feet, both on the site and in the surrounding area. And that in that regard, the board's asked to provide a recommendation to council that will remove that restriction. Because a building could be constructed up to 35 feet, the 2-story limit effectively creates an inefficient use of living space in a townhome configured building. And you can kind of get a sense of that where because of the narrowness of the townhomes, you don't have that opportunity to go to a by right height if you limit it to 2 stories. So staff finds the request for the annexation agreement amendment to be consistent with the intent of the original annexation package that focused and pointed to the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan goals for Crestview West, which the annexation was a part of. And that includes preserving rural characters. So when you cluster the townhomes near Broadway, it preserves the open space and rural character of the school campus. And then, of course, providing townhomes along Broadway is consistent with that original goal to allow possible higher densities along Broadway. And then the guidelines also for the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan that we've already discussed, as well as the guidelines that are proposed as part of the application, also address concerns about building mass and scale and building articulation that we believe what the 2-story limit was trying to address. And then finally, the key issue 4 that we're looking at this evening's another housekeeping item that's been recommended to council quite some time ago, which was the disposal and conveyance of vacated 9th Street to the school. It was never fully completed. The vacation was done, but this disposal process needs an official nod again by planning board. It's essentially this area on the western portion of the site. It creates sort of a seamless transition to the Foothills Park, and you can see it also off to the right here looking west. Also important to note that signs were posted on the property. Public notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet, and we've received several comment letters, some articulating concern about traffic and others about removing the 2-story provision. And with that, staff is recommending approval, and we've provided some suggested motion language in the packet for your consideration. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Elaine, for that great presentation. So yeah, let's open it up to questions from the board, trying to focus on things, you know, that we ask about and not too much putting forth opinions at this point, other than to just gain more information. So anyone want to start us off with a question for Elaine? John, and then Lupita.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Sorry I missed part of it. I had a couple of questions. One is with respect to the vacation of the 9th Street land, which continues to be owned by the city, if I understand correctly. Is there any compensation intended to be collected by the city in that connection?
I can answer that question, Elaine. No, there's no compensation anticipated for it. What the background on it is that in the 90s, when the school redeveloped, it was all around the same time that the park property to the west of the school property was developed, and that the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan was adopted. And as part of the school's redevelopment and the adoption of the North Boulder Infrastructure Plan, there were requirements to dedicate substantial amounts of right-of-way to the school, that the school had to dedicate to create a new 9th Street, which is now 10th Street, and also to create Cherry Avenue. So as part of the negotiations back then, it was anticipated that the city would vacate 9th Street as anticipated in the North Boulder Infrastructure Plan, and that then that vacated land was going to be transferred over to the school in light of the fact that the school had dedicated so much land for the creation of these other new streets that were anticipated in the infrastructure plan. And the city actually went through the process to approve both the disposal and the vacation. But looking back at the historic documents, it appears to me that the process was completed up to the point where then the vacated right-of-way had to be conveyed to the school. And the city, it seemed to me when I looked at those documents that the city was waiting for a multi-use path connection to be established within that 9th Street right-of-way that was vacated, so that upon conveyance of that strip of land to the school, the necessary public access easement could be retained, and the exact location was going to be determined once it was actually constructed. And I suspect that there was then no follow-up to actually convey that area to the school. Does that make sense?
So So the intended compensation for that land was the other land that was provided for 10th Street.
That's
which
correct.
has taken place.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Lupita, are you still there? Sorry. See, you went off.
I just turned off my mute. Oh, yes. So my question is about, do you have any historical information regarding why did they initially went with the 2-story limit on this property? I just like to know if there was a specific reasons why that was brought up or, established in the first place.
Yeah, it appears to have been related primarily to single-family residential. But what we discovered is it has no teeth if the by right height limits you to 35 feet, which is essentially a 3-story height. And so we didn't necessarily see information in the staff memo at the time that would have indicated some specific reason for it.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Elaine before we move on to the applicant presentation? John?
Yeah, can you describe what sort of long-term formal arrangements there are with respect to public access to the open space that is privately owned by the school?
There is a pretty detailed open space plan that's part of the plans being considered this evening that includes hours and opportunities to move through the site. Obviously, because of concerns about safety, school kids' safety, they're going to restrict some of the hours during the school day. But of course, access could continue along Locust Street or Violet to Cherry into the Foothills Park. But there are some pretty rigorous hours of operation that are intended to be implemented as part of the open space plan.
So there's some legal longstanding protection for continued public access to that land.
Correct.
I mean, if they sell it to somebody else who decides they don't like that arrangement, the city is protected against changes. Is that
And
correct?
just to clarify, John, are you referring to the vacated portion or through the site itself?
Through the site itself.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't, there's no public access easement through there, but by adopting this as part of the site review criteria, or rather the site review approval, that would be required to be maintained, given that the open space plan sets those hours and provides guidance on access.
So the city has legal standing in that respect to ensure that it continues.
Correct.
Uh-huh. Okay. I had another question too, but maybe somebody else does also.
Well, I don't see any other hands up, so go ahead. Oh, and then, Georgie, go ahead.
Kind of a question to follow up on John's question regarding open space. So the way it's stated in the presentation, they exceed the open space requirement for the townhomes because of the aggregate home open space. My question refers to, if you look at just the townhome site itself, I understand that there's a 6,000 foot requirement for open space per dwelling unit. Is that correct?
Correct.
So my question is around access. If access is limited during open hours, does the townhome site itself meet the open space requirements for the townhome site? Does it carry its own weight?
Actually, it's all shared. So the shared open space includes areas that are open all the time as part of the school, as well as limited or restricted hours. But within the RL2 zoning district and as part of this united site review and site plan, the assumption is that the open space is shared among everything within the RL2 zoning district.
Okay, just for my own clarification, so are there times of day where open space will be shut off to the occupants of those units, and would that meet the requirements if that space is shut off during those times of day?
Yes, we've talked about that, and we've just determined that it does meet that requirement for usable open space.
Okay.
And I don't know if Hella, if you have anything to add to that as well.
Yeah, I think that's staff's analysis, George. That's part of what you're being asked to do today, whether you think that it being arranged this way meets the site review criteria.
Well, that's what so that's what I'm trying to get clarity on. So, if I'm an occupant of the townhome, based on how it's written around open space, if there are certain areas that are shut off from me during the day, does that meet the requirement if these townhomes were to be developed and they're on their own with they have their own open space that's open 24/7, I'm assuming. Does that still meet that requirement, or do you need the additional open space that's been counted in this aggregation? And is that open space available to them when, that's kind of my clarification. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, I think it can be reasonably found that that meets the requirements of the code.
Thank you.
Right. John, you had another question too?
Yeah. I wanted to ask if there is any intention or implied access to the park space nearby by the school. And the reason I ask is because I see that a bunch of the open space and playing fields around the school will disappear for the residences of various types. And it seems to me there's very little recreational space around the school the way it's proposed now compared to what one might expect for a kindergarten through high school. So I'm just wondering, do they have any sort of plans or of using the nearby park for their recreational needs, particularly given the space?
Can you clarify what small park you're talking about?
Well, Foothills Community Park.
So, and you're asking if the school can use it?
I'm asking if they have made any arrangement with the city to access that space for school purposes.
Well, there's quite a bit of open space on the main campus itself. And so there's ball fields, there's a wide variety of open space, playgrounds, et cetera, that are going to be maintained as part of the phased redevelopment of the property. And there's essentially a seamless transition between the school and Foothills Park. But we could ask the applicant team, and in particular representatives from the school, how that operates today, and if they use that Foothills Park for their purposes, or if they tend to maintain most of their open space uses on their site. I suspect it's mostly on their site because it's actually a fairly substantial amount of open space.
So in staff's opinion, there's adequate recreational and athletic area for that school on their own property.
Absolutely, yeah. And back to the open space question about the townhomes. The townhomes being part of this United Site Review, one of the classic promises of planning, of course, is to cluster development rather than spread it out. In the RL2, it's assumed to be a medium density zoning district. So the fact that they're moving most of that and consolidating that density to the townhome site while leaving other open space available meets the site review criteria and is in essence a classic planning principle.
All right. Great. Can we go ahead and move on then to the applicant presentation? There are no more questions. Thank you so much, Elaine. let's go ahead and call on the applicant then. Adrian, will you be kicking us off, or someone from the school?
Hi, good evening.
Oh, hi, Mary.
Hi. I'm just jumping right in here unless Adrian tells me otherwise.
Yes, we need to
Great.
be able to share our screen, so
And while we're doing that, I have you down for 15 minutes. I think we usually do 10, but this is a pretty big project. Will 15 minutes be adequate?
well, we'll do our best, but I hope you'll recognize that there's a lot here.
Yeah, okay. So we'll see how it goes. 15 minutes though, and we'll see
Thank
where
you.
we are.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you for that consideration. I'll get started. Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Mary Fairfield. I'm the school director of Shining Mountain Waldorf School located at 999 Violet Avenue in Boulder. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this evening. Shining Mountain Waldorf School was established in 1983 and has been an essential part of North Boulder as it has developed over the 38 years of the school's history. We are a community of educators, students, and their families who strongly believe in the truly human-centered education founded by Rudolf Steiner over 100 years ago. Since its inception, Shining Mountain has educated thousands of students, many whose families moved specifically to Boulder in order for their children to attend the school for the full breadth of the Waldorf curriculum, as well as for the school's reputation. My own family moved here with that intention. I am now the proud parent of a graduating senior this year. Waldorf education and its philosophy of developmentally appropriate pedagogy, engendering academic excellence, self-knowledge, and compassion for the world in which we live, inspired by the beauty of our North Boulder campus, is what draws so many families to our school from across the country and internationally. A good number of our families choose to live in North Boulder so that their children can walk and bike to school. Shining Mountain is an integral part of the neighborhood, with area residents attending our community events, enjoying our gardens, and bringing their children onto our grounds on the weekends to play. With the generous gift given to the school in 2018, we are able to retain the Shining Meadows property and plan to build our new high school there, which will maintain the open feel of the campus and the neighborhood. Replacing our existing buildings will only enhance the neighborhood. Shining Mountain alumni and alumni families are local business owners, entrepreneurs, artists, and civic leaders in Boulder. For a small school, we have wide outreach into the school community, into the community. At this juncture in the school's biography, our facilities do not match the quality of the education delivered and need to be fully replaced. The school's only path forward with campus redevelopment is to reduce our land holdings to raise the needed funds for the project to move forward. We have done very well for the past 30 years or so with our temporary structures, but now the time has come for us to have a campus that truly reflects who we are. I want to thank each of you on the planning board, the city council, and staff for your work and diligence to help us develop this project for the good of our school and for North Boulder. Thank you. Adrian Sofer will now continue with our presentation. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, board members. Adrian Sofer, Sofer Sparn Architects, 1731 15th Street. I think it's important to note that when this school began here on this site in 1986, there wasn't anything here. This was the first block in this area that began to develop. And you can see from these photos that the double wide trailers that are still there are 35 years is well past their usable length. But also what's not there are trees, and the landscape that today is so indicative of this neighborhood facility is non-existent. The school, as Mary has said, has expanded its land holdings over time through the generosity of its families, but it is in danger and has become very close to losing those facilities during the 2013 flood. This is an overlay on the flood map that shows the actual path of the flood that was taken in 2013. And it's just good luck, good fortune that these temporary buildings didn't end up in Longmont because they are very susceptible to flood danger. So one of the things that is clear is that this school has to be sustainable. It has to protect the children. And since that time, it was clear to the leaders of the community that they have to look at a way to pay for new structures that take these buildings out of the floodplain and look to the future for the next 100 years. When staff had earlier talked about the two zoning districts, the RL2 zone to the north and the RL1, they're both low density zones, but in order to build a new school, they have to sell the properties, everything essentially east of Locust, east of 10th Street and south of Locust was intended to be used to pay for the new structures. When we came to the planning board, that was back in May of 2018, I believe, or 2018. The lower and middle school was intended to be sharing the main older portion of the site with the new high school building. And when we showed this to you, we were at the time intending for new blocks of townhouses and small residences north of Locust and partial rezoning along Broadway. At the time, the board had mixed feelings about some of this. There was concern that there was not a sufficient amount of open space contributing to the amount of housing that was intended. There was also concern over the street layout. The board was split over whether or not a new alley would have to be established on the single family portion of the site. And the rezoning of Broadway was considered potentially supportable. Likewise, there was some concern over the corner of 10th and Locust, and providing more open space, green space to buffer the parking that was needed to support the lower and middle school. And flood protection was, of course, a concern as well. Since that time, these concerns went to City Council, but before City Council call-up hearing actually happened, the school was approached by a major donor that said, you know, we'd like to be able to keep more land for the school, and it gave the school the opportunity to move the high school off the northwest corner of the campus because the land was sufficient to buy down that portion of the money that was given was sufficient to buy down that portion of the land holdings and build the new high school on that site. So when we went to council, we told them the possibility exists that this would happen, thus leaving the northeast corner of the property available for housing and to open up Locust Street. And instead of the change to the street pattern that we had talked about previously, we could continue south of Locust, the single family residential street patterning as it is today. When we went to council, we told them that it might be possible to do permanently affordable housing on that corner with 40 units is about as much as we could see happening there. And the other option was 17 market rate townhouses. They also looked at all of the concerns raised by planning board. They supported the RL2 open space increase that was now possible because of less housing being needed on the corner of Violet and 10th Street. So they felt that that the housing that we're proposing on the northeast corner at Violet and Broadway could be supported by the open space that we were showing. They also had a mixed response to the rezoning along Broadway, so the school chose not to pursue that. And they also raised the concern that the board raised around the green buffer at the corner of Locust and 10th was appropriate, and that we needed to increase the green space in that area. They also added that they would like the school to look at the possibility of potentially doing affordable housing, 100% affordable housing on the corner of Violet and Broadway. So we spent the next 6 months discussing with various affordable housing developers the possibility of that being a partnership with the school. And we talked with BHP, with Element Properties, with Thistle, BHP again. And after 6 months of discussion, it was decided that it was not viable, that to do affordable housing on this corner, we really needed to get to 50 units, which we didn't feel was supportable in this corner. And neither did they. And also the land costs in order to support the construction of the school buildings, while it was felt, particularly by BHP, that the land costs that the school was looking for was supportable, that was beyond the means of them to meet. So we went back to City Council in January of 2019 and explained this to them, and they said, okay, well, let's move on. And so we are now doing 17 townhouses on that corner. So looking at it today, east of 10th Street, as staff has described, we have the new high school building and practical arts wing adjacent to Violet and 10th Street, the northeast corner of the site going to townhouses and so forth. In addition, we're doing substantial public infrastructure and connections improvements, which Elaine referred to, but just to identify them, along Broadway, we are meeting the requirements of the connections plan that has been adopted for both on-street and grade separated bike paths. Additionally, while we are losing the dedicated locust bike path that is there today, we are replacing it with a new bike path, multi-use path along the north side of the locust right-of-way. And as Elaine stated, we are providing a link through the single family site for a new bike path linking back to the school. Additionally, we're providing other undergrounding of utilities and sidewalks, detached sidewalks, and so forth. So this is actually the plan that we showed you at concept review, and we still keep the intention of it, as we previously had shown, that the heart of the school really is the garden, and in the middle of that garden is the kindergarten. But each of the grades have separate activity open space needs. The kindergarten and the ones and twos have their own open space requirements. They are separated by fencing. The kindergartners, the first and second graders all enter through the garden into the classrooms, escorted by their parents. The grade classrooms each are intended to have their own form and are visible as residential-like structures within the larger campus. We're looking here at still the concept review, but it has been fundamentally maintained, but with some notable changes. One is opening up the throat along the main entry into the campus so that water can move through more easily. And we have a lot of engineering information if you care to see it. We maintain the intention of using the administration wing as that which you see as you first come to the campus. This is the view looking down Violet, and the first structure that's apparent to you is the administration wing. The drive-in has a drop-off area and pickup that supports the festival hall and any emergency needs that may be required for students in that building. And we use the classrooms themselves to gain access both along interior corridors for each classroom that then opens up discreetly to the open space on the inboard side of the garden. The outer section of the building has support spaces that include facilities for dance, handcrafts, music, etc. And you can see, sorry, I keep sliding back and forth here. The entry to the throat that I had mentioned is opened up, and then below that, the image below it shows the entry into the lower and middle school, the social space, the social commons that where parents typically wait for kids, and younger kids get out of school earlier and they wait with their parents often for their older siblings to come out. The entry through into the commons or into the garden and into the classrooms. You can see here, this is the garden side of the building, and here you can actually see through to the entry on the corner of 10th and Locust, and a few other views from the garden side. On the high school, each grade in the lower school is discrete, and they have their own protected space inside and out for the younger kids in particular. But in the high school, it's more of a common facility. All the classrooms are open to a common room that is shared. It is more of a social space that is leading them towards a more adult environment. It's not oriented towards the garden in quite the same way as the lower school and middle school is, which faces the mountain and the protected green space. It's more oriented towards the city and faces southward. This is the high school as it was shown you with the concept review. And here in this diagram, it's in the new location, which is fundamentally the same form. We relocated with the high school, the practical and visual arts building, because it is shared between high school students and middle school students who come in across the street for the access to the southern wing. The northern wing along Violet, however, is just for high school students. Briefly on the townhouses north of Locust, the scale is in keeping with Broadway altogether. We're still sticking to 35 feet. We actually had designed townhouses for this site, but it's staff's recommendation, knowing that we were intending to sell the land undeveloped, they suggested that we instead come up with guidelines that staff has already referred to. But in terms of water flow, the water that is diverted through the site above, I'm sorry, excuse me a moment.
And just to do a time check, we are at 15 minutes. Are you?
I've got about 3 slides left.
Okay, let's wrap those up
Maybe
and
it's more,
then
yeah.
we'll go to questions. Okay.
But the water, the flood waters are diverted around the buildings by raising the building up and getting it out of the floodplain elevations and through the site, both into down the alley for the townhouses and out the commons area and on the south side of the site as well. I won't go over to the morphology information, et cetera, that staff has already reviewed. And likewise, the single families, it's a very eclectic neighborhood. We did not feel that it was appropriate to try and make all of these look similar. We provided design guidelines again that identified key elements such as porches along the street face, garages that are set back from the main building face and are secondary to the main mass of the buildings, and so on. So that one last thing about the residential development is it is essential, without doubt, to sell these parcels of land for development, because without them, the school cannot build these buildings. They are land rich and frankly, cash poor when it comes to this kind of capital expenditure. So I believe I'm done and happy to answer any questions I'm able to with the assistance of our fine consulting team. We have the JVA here, Marple Landscape and LSC Traffic Consultants, in addition to our legal poobah. Thank you.
Great. Sounds like there's a lot of experts on hand. Thank you both Adrian and Mary for that presentation. So let me just go ahead and open it up to questions from the board. Anyone want to pose any questions? John.
Yeah, thank you. Just to start out, with respect to the townhomes that you're suggesting along Broadway, where would the front doors be of them?
Yeah.
Would it be against coming out to Broadway or coming from the rear where they are likely to have parking and garage and so on?
Well, we actually have front doors on the street And let me see, I'm sorry, give me a moment here. All the front doors are facing the street. All of them have access from the rear as well through their private open space or and if they are attached garages as they are along Broadway. You can see every one of them face the street, and that is part of the morphology that we've identified as a part of what the design guidelines would be. However the townhouses in the end get shaped, they will all have front doors and front porches facing the street. They will all have rear access for their garages. And there are a few other elements that we've identified, but those are the key points.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Wow. Looks like you did a good job of covering everything if we don't see any more hands. Well, John, you had another question?
Yeah, I'd like to ask either Adrian or the applicant what their perception of public access to the full open space is likely to be in terms of times and when it's likely to be inaccessible to the public.
I'm going to ask Aaron Bagnall to address that. And this is a slide of the open space designations. Aaron, are you able to get on?
Yeah, I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hi, Aaron.
Okay, hi. Aaron Bagnall, I'm with Soper Sparn, also at 1731 15th Street. The open space, as we can see in this diagram, there's only a certain portion of it that is going to be private and locked, and that's particularly to the lower school, and that's for obviously safety. Every other area of open space in this diagram that you see, including the 2 shades of green, that's not the private, is open just like any other school would be. So if you are familiar with your local school in your neighborhood and they have see-through fencing, maybe it's chain link, maybe it doesn't have a gate, it has just a border. It's kind of a boundary that's set and says, this is our school. When we're in session, maybe don't come here, and signs will be posted to make that point clear. But every other time you can go there just as they do right now and play basketball on the court and share the open space on the high school in the courtyard. And of course the common campus plaza open space that is I can't point, but maybe Adrian might help me out. That's just the lighter green along the plaza and the corners. That's open at any time. So I quickly did a calculation earlier when we were talking about this. And if we're thinking about the shared open space as it strictly is related to the requirement for the 17 townhomes, if you take out the protected lower school play area and even the shared open space on both the lower school and the high school, we have almost enough to qualify for what's required, the 102,000 for the 17 townhomes. So taking into account that we're providing all of this extra square footage that most schools could provide on a daily basis in all of our Boulder residential neighborhoods, I would consider us compliant with the code, and so does city staff.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Aaron. Great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sarah.
Thank you all very much. I'm just curious if you could give us some more insight into and I realize you won't, the school will not be developing the townhomes or the single family homes, but I am curious about what will be required to bring them out of the floodplain.
Yeah, let me pull up another slide. As we have our consulting engineers, JVA, on board. But fundamentally, we have identified the base flood elevation for all of these structures. And as they're shown, you're seeing a slightly older version here where we changed the configuration of the central space. But the townhouses in the plans as we've shown them are all raised up out of the base flood elevation. So whoever chooses to build on this site will have to abide by that requirement. I don't know if you need any more, but we do have Sharon Procopio and Charlie Hager here if you'd like more information.
If they'd like to give more, that'd be great, but I appreciate, just wanted to understand what, in addition, since you were keeping the ditch running through the site, I was curious how you're going to deal with flood, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
All right. Anything else we want to cover before we move on to the public comment? All right, well, thank you so much. So this is a public hearing. We will now invite members of the public who wish to speak to this. And I would normally take a break, but we had a mini break before, and I think we probably won't have quite as many people speaking at this portion. So let's push on through the public comment and then we'll take a short break. So again, speakers will be asked to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and please state your name and address or at least neighborhood if you would when you come on. Jean?
Great, thanks, David. I think we can go ahead and stop sharing screen now so that folks can see board members. Very good. Okay, looks like we've got a few hands up. I see Linda Newland, Jane Zinder, Matt Cullen, Meg Gardner, and then, okay, good. Claudia Hanson Theme, Daniel Falk, and Oriana Falk, which we've identified before too. So, okay, oh, look, we're getting more names. So this is good. Everybody's finding the raise hand function. As David said, we'll have 3 minutes each, and please try to stay to that. And just out of fairness to everybody, let's start with Linda Newland. Linda, you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
And before you start, Linda, I see Elaine's hand up. Elaine, did you have something, or is that just, oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Linda Newland, and I live at 4341 13th Street in Boulder. I am a neighbor who lives 1 block from Shining Mountain, and I'd like to go on record that I am in full support of this campus development because it will allow the school to have modern facilities that truly match the exceptional quality of the unique education they are providing to future leaders for our community and the world. Shining Mountain teaches so many important life skills, including social justice, sustainability, and care for our planet and its people. Our world needs more servant leaders who are focused on what Waldorf education provides. Graduates of Shining Mountain are young adults who can think for themselves and who care not only for themselves, but for the greater good of humanity and our community, which is more important than ever before. Please allow Shining Mountain to build their much needed modern facilities now. Thank you so much for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, next up will be Jane Zinder, followed by Matt Cullen, and then Daniel and Oriana Falk. So let's see. Jane, you should be able to unmute. Go ahead.
Unmute. Yes, it's Jane and Florian Zender, my husband, and we are homeowners at 696 Locust Avenue here in Boulder. And we are on record that we're in full support of the school in this redevelopment project. We moved here 11 years ago from Washington, D.C., specifically for our 2 children to attend Shining Mountain Waldorf School. And we bought a house in the neighborhood so that they could walk to school. Both of our children have received an exceptional education here at Shining Mountain, embodying the values of truth, beauty, and goodness of the school. And thousands of other children have also benefited from their education here at Shining Mountain. We've read the comments of our neighbors about traffic concerns arising not only from the school, but soccer traffic. And we share a different perspective than our neighbors that we'd like to note. And it's important that we feel it's important to separate the concerns that have been brought forward in relation to what's happening with soccer traffic, as well as with school traffic. And when we moved here, we knew we were across the street from city soccer fields and a beautiful park, as well as down the street from school. And we feel that part of living here is understanding that there are going to be traffic impacts from the park, the soccer fields, and the school. We also trust the city and the staff of the city to do the right thing to mitigate the traffic and the safety concerns while allowing the redevelopment of Shining Mountain to move forward. Shining Mountain's over 35 years old, and the lower and middle school is still operating out of temporary trailers. Our 2 children attended the high school in a converted church. The quality of this education does not match the current condition of the school's facilities. And we believe by allowing the school to upgrade its campus will not only enhance the value of the school in North Boulder, but in our opinion will increase the value of all the homes in the neighborhood. And we fully support and trust the city to manage this process in a way that addresses the concerns of the neighborhood while allowing the campus to be fully redeveloped. Thank you so much for your time and all the hard work you put into this.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, next up is Matt Cullen. Matt, you should be able to go ahead and unmute.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Guys are good?
Good.
Okay.
I think Matt is muted. Oh, Matt got muted. Sorry, Matt, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good night, good evening, everyone. I guess it is approaching night. So I live at 4365 13th Street, and I've got a few concerns about the plan here. So the first set have to do with compliance with the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. So when going through the staff comments, it looks like when addressing some of the questions about compliance, it looks like the staff are referencing the wrong section of the plan, which creates some problems with certain aspects of their analysis. So staff state that the Shining Mountain property was annexed during the Crestview West annexation in 1997. And while that may be the case, the property is not part of Crestview West, it is Union Utica. So page 9 of the subcommunity plan defines those neighborhoods, and you can see that in there. But this appears to invalidate some of the conclusions, like where they say the ability to construct townhomes is in keeping with the goal noted above to allow possible higher densities along the Broadway corridor to achieve affordable and diverse housing close to transit. And that's just not talking about this property, which is not part of Crestview West. The subcommunity plan also includes a map on page 34, which shows that medium and higher density residential plans are supposed to be kept north of Violet. This section is meant to be low density residential. The same map also shows that all that medium density residential is meant to be up in the village center area. Additionally, the 3-story homes that use all 35 feet of available building height are going to be quite out of character for this neighborhood, which is one aspect that's covered by the subcommunity plan. Now, if you move on to the height more specifically, speaking with Elaine McLaughlin, the justification for allowing townhomes here was that the land was zoned RL2 during annexation. And if that's going to be used in contradiction of the subcommunity plan, it seems that the same rules should apply when we're talking about other aspects of the project, like the maximum number of stories. So the annexation plan clearly states that structures are to be kept to a maximum of 2 stories, and that should not be changed just because it's inconvenient for this particular plan. If the goal is to achieve more living space, which came up during the earlier presentations and which was mentioned in previous emails with Elaine, that can be accomplished by building fewer townhomes and giving each of them a larger footprint. That provides the additional benefit that it brings this area of development more in alignment with what that North Boulder subcommunity plan is supposed to be like, with low density residential in this area. There's also comment from staff stating that the allowing of 3 floors will not change the character of the building versus 2, but this is patently false. That's nearly a 50% difference in height between the two. You're going from a typical 25-foot 2-story building to a 35-foot 3-story building. That's a substantial difference. And it's wildly out of character with everything else that's in the area. Like, nothing around this is more than 1 or 2 stories. And
You
so,
can wrap up, please.
Yep, approaching the end. Also just wanted to point out that there are residents of 13th Street who did not receive letters about this, even though they were within 600 feet. And just want to finish by saying that I want to make it clear, I support the mission and goals of Shining Mountain Waldorf. My daughter isn't able to attend school there, but I've heard nothing but good things about the education they provide. And I'm also confident that they can achieve these goals without having the negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood that this project in its current implementation will. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is Daniel Falk, Oriana Falk, Meg Gardner, Claudia Hanson-Theam. Okay, so Daniel, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Yes, hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Daniel Falk, and I'm a very proud and happy member of the Shining Mountain School community of parents. I reside at 1528 Oak Avenue in North Boulder, and I've taken the time to read the school's application and am in full support of all the elements of the school's site approval plan. Our family moved to Boulder 2 years ago from Israel, and we were immediately impressed with the educational quality of the school, a wonderful campus feeling there, and a supportive atmosphere. It was a heartfelt experience for us to see the immediate awareness that our soon-to-be first grader, who's here with me now in 2nd grade, had with her potential first grade teacher, and the nurturing care that she conveyed. That same care is clearly present each day at the school, throughout attending families and the faculty and school functions that operate in cooperative and sensitive ways. Waldorf education involves a great level of dedication to its practices, and its campus setting is conducive to delivering its mission. Shining Mountain is a very special place for our family. It's impressive on the surface, and it's also in its historical depth, deserving of enhancement. It's a wonderful organization of highly dedicated and educated volunteers, of educators and volunteers. We now have 3 children at the school and intend to continue returning. The school provides a gentle and loving space that involves families in positive, community-conscious, and inclusive ways. I am in complete support of these development plans, and I see how dedicated the faculty can be with these types of new resources, adding to their ability to run a high-quality Waldorf education. Hopefully, these plans will also allow more families to live closer to the school. I appreciate the planning board's consideration of this request and grant site approval. Thank you for your time and effort in this process. And if I could allow my daughter Oriana to speak as well.
Hi, my name is Oriana Falk, and I'm in 2nd grade at Shining Mountain Waldorf School. I live at 1528 Oak Avenue in North Boulder. This is my 2nd year at this school and also living in Boulder. I moved here from Israel after a very fun visit here 2 years ago, and this school has been a blessing to me. I really like Shining Mountain Waldorf School. I like my teachers, they're very kind and generous, and I'm excited to one day go to the new high school building and see my 2 younger brothers go there too. And on my first day visit at the school, I already felt I was part of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Okay, next up is Meg Gardner. Meg, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you.
My name is Meg Gardner and I live at 4112 West Cliff Court in Boulder. It's a 2.5-mile bike ride from Shining Mountain where I teach, and I take my 2 sons to school each day. And I am in full support of the new Shining Mountain buildings. I've been teaching at Shining Mountain for 8 years and within Waldorf education for the past 18 years. And I moved to Boulder for Shining Mountain. I continue to be impressed with Shining Mountain's progressive leadership and programming. Not only does Shining Mountain offer a full Renaissance curriculum with human empathy and responsibility at its core, but over the years has continued to reimagine and transform the curriculum based on our modern world. We have grown programs to expand the visual and practical arts to meet the technology of today, issues of social justice and environmental action, and are working within a supportive culture of inclusion. The students who graduate from Shining Mountain High School understand the value of wisdom over information. They are creative, collaborative, innovative thinkers who have all the capacities needed for today's world with all of its unknowns and intense challenges. We just celebrated a century of Waldorf education, and in that time, over 1,000 Waldorf schools have been thriving in more than 60 countries. But we must move forward with progressive pedagogy and new creative thinking into these next 100 years. We have continued to grow from the inside out. And now, 38 years after the founding of Shining Mountain, we have alumni coming back to send their children to our school and become teachers here. But like a nautilus, we have pushed beyond the boundaries of our shell, and our programs have outgrown our spaces. When I look at our community, I see only one thing holding us back from expanding and deepening our work, and that is our physical buildings. I believe this new building will be a creative vessel that will help shape our students' learning in a way that matches how the teachers are already guiding and shaping them.
She sounds like Kim Rector.
The beauty of the design, the labs for scientific discovery, and the studios for artistic expression, the spaces for innovative collaboration, all of this will give our teachers and students the ability to shape themselves to the needs of the world today. The future graduates of Shining Mountain High School will be our leaders in environmental protection and stewardship, equity and inclusivity, leaders in entrepreneurial innovation, in artistic and scientific creativity, leaders in mindfulness. They will make Boulder and the world a better place. I am clear that a new Shining Mountain High School building will give us the ability to educate our students in a way they deserve and in connection with how Boulder is growing. I ask that you give us this opportunity to grow and strengthen our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Okay, next up is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. Claudia, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you, Jean. Can you hear me?
We can.
It's wonderful going after such beautiful speakers. Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in the Holiday neighborhood of North Boulder. I'll say at the start here that the school portions of this plan look absolutely beautiful, and I look forward to seeing them completed. My comments tonight have to do more with the transportation and housing on the site. So first, I wanted to ask that you please honor the applicant's request for a significant parking reduction on this site. I was really interested to read in your packet that schools get classified along with other non-residential uses when it comes to determining parking requirements. But clearly with their large non-driving student populations, they do require fewer spaces. And I think the school has managed with what we would consider a significant parking reduction for many years. So I hope you do not ask them to overbuild that. As to parking for the new housing, our transportation master plan and climate goals require a major mode shift in travel. And I think Shining Mountain is a good place to rise to this challenge. It's literally steps away from the most frequent bus service in Boulder. It's within easy walking distance of groceries, parks and open space, cafes and restaurants, and pretty soon a library. One space per unit works. We're doing it right up the street here in Holiday, and this site has many of the same advantages. As to the housing on the site, I understand that both the school and the developers have worked within the severe constraints of our land use code. And so this comment is more directed at this board and others who set the rules. There's really no reason that in 2021 we should still be approving and in fact requiring low density housing in a location like this. In addition to being on a major transportation corridor, the Shining Mountain campus is in one of our much touted 15-minute neighborhoods. And in fact, with the library and retail coming at the Armory, it's getting closer to being a 5-minute neighborhood. But there's not much point in gathering these pieces of community together if we continue to put strict limits on the number and types of people who can live near them. I really appreciated Mr. Sofer's review of rezoning and affordable options as they went through the concept review, and I do remember the frustration and mixed messaging at City Council in 2018. What's done is done, but more and smaller homes would have been appropriate here, and it's honestly embarrassing that politics and city zoning rules got in the way. So I don't begrudge these applicants for presenting plans for 20 single-family homes tonight. That's the easiest and maybe most realistic path if Shining Mountain wants to sell its land, but that's not the housing that we need in places like this or really anywhere in Boulder right now. And I think that everyone with a finger in the rulemaking here should be working to change that kind of outdated zoning that continues to lock in expensive, exclusionary, and resource-intensive ways of living. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, next up is Jordan Jacobson. Jordan, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Hi, I'm Jordan Jacobson. I live at 590 Dakota Boulevard, and I'm actually an alumni of the school and also a parent of 2 kids who now attend the kindergarten. Unlike so many other members of our community, my family did not move to Boulder for the school. Both my parents were born in Boulder, and my children actually represent the 4th generation in my family here in Boulder. That said, when my wife and I were deciding to start our family, we decided to move back to Boulder, having spent some time on the East Coast, in part to be close to this school. I had very fond memories of growing up near the school, riding my bicycle to school, beginning as early as 2nd grade. And actually, as the school grew up and I grew up with it, I also saw the neighborhood grow along with the school. So many of the houses in that neighborhood I know as the home of various friends and students who I attended the school with. And the whole neighborhood is a very special place to me. So I speak tonight in full support of the school's plan. I'm very heartened by the process that I've seen and all of the voices that have come into this conversation. And I'm hopeful that the city can approve our plan to move forward and sell the land that's necessary for the school to sell in order to pay for the campus that will fit the wonderful education that I and so many other students have received at the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, next up is Susan Hilliard. And besides Susan, I see no other hands at the moment. So if you would like to speak in this public hearing, go ahead and raise hand. Susan, you can go ahead.
Well, hello, Planning Board and city staff. This is actually Landon Hilliard, the husband of Susan Hilliard. And I live at 1410 Yaupon Avenue with a zip code of 80304. And it's funny, my wife, Susan, told me she'd be speaking tonight. And I said, what do you want to say? And she said, I'm just going to wing it. So being the person that I am, I thought I'd make some notes. And then that led to the fact that I'm kind of taking over, but I'm speaking for both of us. So I'll begin and be quick about it. So we're here to express our support of the campus development proposal of Shining Mountain. My wife and I have had children at Shining Mountain for the last 10 years. We're strongly attached to the school as teachers, staff, students, and parents for the wonderful education of my children, not to mention for us too. Our hope is for Shining Mountain to thrive for years to come. And we believe the proposed campus development plan will allow that to happen. I'd like to make a few comments regarding the school's relationship to the community, its commitment to environmental sustainability, and the strength of its educational program. First, we put a high value on being a good neighbor. In fact, Shining Mountain in many ways is a neighborhood school with families living within walking and bicycling distance. And just as students and families are part of the Shining Mountain community, that community is part of the neighborhood. I think the campus as imagined This not only fits the character of the neighborhood, but will enhance it too. Second, our community cares about a clean environment. The school is taking a thoughtful approach, as you could hear from the presentations, to environmental sustainability by designing buildings and with efficient and durable materials and systems that reduce energy use and are long lasting. We consider ourselves stewards of the land and will care for it for years to come. Third, the new campus will support Shining Mountain's mission and goals and attract families and students who appreciate what has been described as a classical education steeped in the arts. We hope that future students can reap the same benefits of Waldorf education just as our children have. And thinking ahead, we can imagine a Shining Mountain as a social and cultural hub connected to the North Boulder Arts District. We can imagine the new campus as a model of net zero energy practices, or darn close to it, aligned with the city's climate stability goals. And finally, a redeveloped campus will support Waldorf education to its full extent and to the benefit of generations of students and residents of the Boulder community. Thank you for your time and consideration of our application and for anybody who's been involved to bring it to this place.
Thank you, Landon. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel, followed by Kevin Rulis. Lynn, you can unmute.
It looks like this is, can you hear me?
We can.
It looks like this is a really beautiful design. I agree, however, emphatically with all of Matt Cullen's comments about the 25-foot 2-story and 35-foot 3-story density. I think you got to stick to the North Boulder subcommunity plan. And in fact, I think maybe that's the solution for CU South, is to create a South Boulder subcommunity plan specifically for that area to match to, and then you can connect the annexation requirements to the subcommunity requirements. Yeah, I get Jane about moving somewhere for a school, school tourism. If I had my choice and wasn't a non-custodial parent, I'm 68 now, my kids would have been going to the Sudbury School in Framingham, Mass. But I might not have liked the climate there as much. But I don't like the climate in Boulder. It's way too dry for me. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. But I'm stuck here, land rich and cash poor, as Adrian described. I wanted to say to the folks that have testified tonight, if you don't know about the plans of many of the South Boulder folks and the CU South issue, you might want to speak out about proposal to put CU in North Boulder, that it would be CU North, because I think that is absolutely stark raving mad. I think it's inappropriate to have an expansion of the CU campus at all. The Boulder absorbs far more students per resident than any of the other campuses of Colorado University. Yeah, I totally like the creative design. It's really good. It's like fine tapestry or a fine textile. And the way it weaves into the neighborhood, it's really wonderful. It couldn't be a better exemplar of the principles of Rudolf Steiner himself. I am concerned about the way money travels in this town. And Adrian and Stephen are doing the Olive at the Liquor Mart site. Liquor Mart was sold for $9 million in 2016, and 2 years later for $16.5 million to an out-of-state developer from Chicago, Core Spaces. And this is how money moves in this town, and it's not okay because it's killing the golden goose to subsidize, make any subsidies, to allow any subsidies for this property. I'm opposed to. I think that the developers in town are laughing all the way to the bank, and it's hurting this community.
Thank you.
And-
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks
Yeah,
so
and-
much.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of my sentence, and I
Okay.
think that CU is the big driver of the growth in this community, and it reflects on everything, including Rudolph Steiner School. Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay,
Jean?
next up is Kevin Rulas. Kevin, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Kevin Rellis, and I live at 8450 North Foothills Highway. And I'd like to go on record in support of the redevelopment of the Shining Mountain Waldorf School campus. My family visited Boulder 3 years ago, and we were so moved by what we saw at the campus that we went home, packed up, and moved to North Boulder so that our kids could attend the school and we could live near the school. Additionally, I'm also the CEO of my own company with close to 100 employees, of which we are now in the process of looking to move our headquarters to Boulder and relocating employees, executives, and hiring locally. All of this is as a result of the draw that we felt when we came and visited the Shining Mountain Waldorf School. And I cannot say enough great things about the school and how much I am in support of the school going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, I see no other hands up. Whoops. Okay.
I see a hand from the, are you going to speak on behalf of the applicant, Michael? And,
yes, I would be speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, let me just first thank the public for all those comments. And I just want to give a shout out to Oriana Falk for coming to us and bravely speaking and representing the students of your school. We love hearing from younger people. So thank you, Oriana, for that.
Excuse me, David.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Jean, I do believe I see one more hand raised for Bill Kramer.
Yep.
Oh, there is one.
One more.
Okay, well then I won't repeat that after this, and we'll let Bill go, and then Michael will have applicant response.
Okay, very good. Billy, just under the wire, you should be able to unmute.
Okay.
There you
Hi, my name is Bill Kramer. I'm a folder at 4938 Dakota Boulevard, and I've served on the board of Shining Mountain Waldorf School for the last 3.5 years. I was unrelated to any aspect of Waldorf education before I joined the board, but I've come to recognize Waldorf education as an absolutely necessary part of our educational system. The values that are on display every day at Shining Mountain are incredibly important to the future of our world. One of those aspects that I want to point out is sustainability. Shining Mountain is in the middle of reimagining what it should be for the next 50 to 100 years as it builds its new campus. And the goal, as Landon suggested a few minutes ago, is to create highly sustainable buildings, zero energy, net zero energy if possible, to be an example for what an educational institution can be, and also to provide enormous opportunities for educational guidance for our students as they become leaders in the next generation. So I just want to say that as a community board member, I am fully in support of not just the first building, the high school building, but the entire plan, where we create a new campus that will be a real example of how sustainable an educational institution can be in the modern era. So I thank you for your time and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Great. So yes, so now let's give the applicant the opportunity to respond to anything. We usually spend about 3 minutes on that. Michael, did you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I'll start this off. My name is Michael Sean Conaway. I live at 4221 Birdie Court in Longmont. I am the current president of the Shining Mountain Board of Trustees. Really great to be here with you guys. This is my second time in front of the planning board. And I wanted to just start by saying that this has been a process of collaboration with the city from the very beginning. We set out to build buildings and sell land without much understanding of how we might go about doing that. With the guidance of Adrian Sofer and the guidance of planning board, city staff, and city council, we feel that we've been able to co-create something that's good for North Boulder and something that fits in with the future of North Boulder. And I want to thank everybody on the planning board, city council, and staff for all that great work. The only rebuttal element that I wanted to say is that the land upon Violet and Broadway has a 35-foot building height. That's what the height is. So we could build a one-story building there, a two-story building there, or we're asking for a three-story building there at the same height. In fact, at one point in the development of the campus, we had originally planned to put our Performing Arts Center here rather than the main campus at a single-story height of 35 feet. So I just wanted to mention that, along with the fact that Kitty Corner 2, these buildings are the buildings at on the other side of Broadway and Violet, which are 3 stories in the same height. So I think it would be in keeping with that style. And with that, I'll hand it over to Adrian.
Thank you, Michael Sean. I just want to add that I believe, and I think given that this issue will have to go to council regarding the annexation agreement amendment, and we will do a little more research for it. But we believe that what the annexation agreement was limited to 2 stories because of what Michael Sean just said, which was the intent to do a performing arts center on that corner, which was going to be 1 story, but it was going to be 35 feet high, as it is allowed to be in the RL1 zone and the RL2 zone, which, by the way, everything across the street on Broadway is RL2 across from that site. So anybody at any time by right can do 35 feet and 3 stories in the RL2 zone. Whether it's on Shining Mountain property or not should not be relevant, nor is the annexation agreement ever intended by Shining Mountain when they signed it to limit their ability to do a larger building. So please do note also that 35 feet is the limit, not 2 stories and 25 feet, but 2 stories and 35 feet is what the annexation amendment agreed to. I think I should stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, that will bring our public comment period to a close, and we'll go into deliberations. I'm sorry that we've gone so long before we've had a break. We had a little mini one with the technical difficulties, but let's go ahead and take a good, let's go ahead and take 15 minutes and we'll resume at 9 o'clock. And that'll give people a chance to get something to beverage, and we'll resume then. Thank you. Looks like people are coming back online. I guess 15 minutes is pretty generous break, but hopefully people enjoyed having a few minutes. All right, hopefully we can get going right at 9 o'clock. Can people hear me okay? Yeah, great. It's so quiet that I don't know if I can hear you, but I'm sure somebody will talk at some point. All right, I think we're all back. Anybody? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. All right, well, we have been given 4 key issues to look at in our deliberation. I think that we can probably divide up our comments into those 4 categories. Maybe as we talk about key issue 1, any general comments people might have, we can also cover. In key issue 1 is the proposed project consistent with the site review criteria, including those related to consistency with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan? So let's start with the negative poll and then comments. Does anyone feel that there are major problems or that it isn't consistent? Doesn't meet criteria? John, did you have something you wanted to say? Oh, you need to unmute.
I would say that I believe that it is generally consistent with the site planning criteria. My one concern is that it's not fully consistent with the North Boulder subcommunity plan. And my concern there relates to the northeast corner, the townhouses that are being proposed. I don't regard that as a major factor. I think in general, conceptually and generally, it does comply with the subcommunity plan, but those townhouses themselves are, to me, an exception. But it's one that I'm willing to accept.
Okay, okay. We can maybe talk a little more about that. Anyone else have any observations on meeting site review criteria?
Can I ask John just to elaborate a bit on the elements of the townhomes that he feels is inconsistent with the North Boulder subcommunity plan?
Yeah, when I say inconsistent, I mean they don't follow the letter of the plan as far as my understanding of it is, and that pertains to the density and the number of floors that come in under the 35-foot limit. And I think Adrian Sofer mentioned that issue and addressed it in a reasonable way. But I do think that we should acknowledge what we're doing there and deal with it explicitly.
So John, I know that, well, you may be talking about specifically the number of townhomes or the density of the townhomes, but the number of floors is very much related just to this particular site, isn't it? Is there something in the North Boulder subcommunity plan with regards to 2 floors?
No, this particular site, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. So that's just what it says in the annexation agreement.
Right.
And we can talk about that more. So yeah, anybody else want to go? I could certainly, anything you have on key issue 1, and we can start, I have a lot to say at some point, but anybody else? Okay, so yeah, I will just say that, when I go, and we can talk too about the modification requests in this section as well. I agree with staff that it meets a number of BVCP criteria, that it meets the site review criteria. As far as the modification requests, I support the 67% parking reduction because of the use. I think that I was actually in the concept plan review back in 2018. And I just have to say that these folks did a lot after planning board looked at it and before city council did a couple months later. There's been an amazing amount of progress on this. So I was really happy to see that most of the concerns that were expressed back in 2018 were really addressed. I think that the setback of the parking lot was dealt with nicely. Given that with the campus, you can't really plop the parking lot in the middle of the campus. So I think they did the best they could with that, with having the parking near the street, which is not always optimal, but I think given the use, it makes sense. I was happy to see the design guidelines, and the shared open space seems reasonable. The city code allows for this, and I think that there's been progress in having some dedicated open space and some that's shared. So in general, I think with key issue 1, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm not really sure exactly what in the North Boulder subcommunity plan would argue against these townhouses. They're certainly allowed in RL2, and we have a lot of neighborhoods around this area that do have similar kind of form factors. So that didn't really stick out to me. So I would certainly, go ahead and accept this design as being pretty much within North Boulder's subcommunity plan brackets. Anyone else want to make general comments? Peter.
David, I'll agree that it's come a long way, and I like what they did with the parking. That was a big issue, and I think we realized quickly that you can't hide parking behind a building. It's a school, and it's unique in that regard, but I think they compromised very well, and I'm happy with key issue number 1.
Any other comments or observations, or Lisa?
Yeah, I agree. Overall, it seems consistent. I didn't have any major concerns around it. You can tell that it's gone through multiple iterations and that they've been pretty responsive to staff and have worked hard on the site. So I thought it was consistent.
Great. Well,
I just,
Peter, you wanted to say?
yeah, I just want to say I have nothing to add. I didn't have a problem with the first number 1.
Great. Well, that's fine. If it seems okay to everyone, we can put key issue 1 behind us. Key issue 2 is the proposed school use consistent with the use review criteria? Anyone want to jump in on that one? John.
I find it acceptable. I think it does meet the use review criteria.
I think we could also talk about traffic a little bit here, since that's kind of related to the use. If anybody wanted to address any comments on the traffic, I felt like the connections plan looked pretty good, and there's a lot of improvements to the corridor, along Broadway, and permeability through the area. So I thought it looked pretty good in general, but any comments people have would be interesting. Sarah.
I'm just going to respond to a comment that was in one of the letters that was sent to us about trying to ensure if that Locust be a a narrower street to encourage slower speeds. And I don't know whether that is already incorporated or has been thought about, but I would just like to note that one suggestion, because I think it's a good one, given that it's going to be a street that follows the line of the schools all the way from what used to be 9th Street to Broadway.
Great. I would agree with that, lower, I'm sure it will be at most 20 miles per hour plus the reduced speed during school hours. So.
Well, actually, maybe Ed, if Ed's still, yeah, Edward's still here. Can a street be made? Can it be proposed to be made narrower as it gets with the extension of Locust Avenue to Broadway? Are there specific? I'm sure there are specific rules about how wide it has to be, or can it be made a slow street by narrowing it?
Yeah, so generally it's going to follow the required standards. And first, let me introduce myself. Edward Stafford, Development Review Manager on the Public Works Transportation Utility side as part of the Planning and Development Services. Generally, the streets are designed in accordance with the design and construction standard of the DCS. We are always looking in projects like this to ensure that we are meeting the needs for all modes and trying to keep as narrow as possible. Of course, speed control is always of a concern. This would be a neighborhood local street, and so it would follow the same speed limit setting that was recently done across the entire community on the 20 is Plenty campaign. So from those perspectives, it would be in place.
Thank you, Edward. Anybody else want to speak to key issue 2? Sounds good. Okay. Well, key issue 3 is the proposed change to the annexation agreement to allow for 3 stories, but still conforming to the 35-foot maximum height. So does anyone have any, I'll do a negative poll first and then we can talk to it if we'd like. Does anybody have any big concerns about this? Georgie.
Thanks. I had kind of a thought, which was, you know, the annexation agreement agrees to 2 stories there, or I'm sorry, 2 floors. And I get the 35-foot limit. As I think about sort of what we're trying to achieve as a city and this missing middle concept that we're trying to address, you know, one of my questions to this group is, you know, by allowing this 3rd floor to occur where it's not, you know, it's not clear to me that that's a right for this particular site, given the annexation agreement. Are we increasing the value of this property and making it less attainable as a townhome for people that, while it's far from probably affordable housing, you know, even a 2-story at that height may be more attainable than a 3-story, because there's going to be more square footage on a 3-story. There's going to be more amenities, and that's my only hesitancy about changing that, is that I think we are allowing this housing to potentially have more value, and this is the type of housing that could be attainable for some members of our community that may not qualify for affordable housing. So put that out there.
John, and then Peter, I think.
I think that's, George, I think that's absolutely valid. On the other hand, this is an area where we'd like to see families living, rather than, say, couples, or limited to smaller apartments with just couples or single occupants. So to me, if this increases the likelihood that those will be occupied by 1, 2, 3 children families, then that's something that I would support.
I think, Peter, you had your hand up. Or am I wrong? Maybe Sarah? Did you have your hand up? Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused about the intersection of the 100-year flood zone and needing to be up off the ground, and the 2-story and the 35-foot height limit. And maybe it would be helpful if staff could talk, maybe at least talk me through what it means to have to elevate those houses or have those houses, townhomes built in such a way that if flooding were to happen, they would be out of harm's way, and what that means about the 2-story, 3-story, 35-foot height set of issues.
Great. Elaine, you want to start us?
Sure. Yep. I was looking for the unmute button. Yes, thanks for that question. My understanding is it's 2 feet of base flood elevation, and Edward Staffer's on as well. And so that doesn't necessarily add that much dimension to the height. It would still have to meet the height standard of 35 feet measured from the low point, from the tallest side of the building, 25 feet out. And so it would still be required to meet 35 feet. And then maybe if you could expand upon the part that you're struggling with on that.
Well, so George brought up a really important point about the need to try to create a market-based housing that is affordable to the middle, and the idea of a smaller home on a smaller lot is one potential tool in our market to achieve that. But I just am not. This issue of the 35-foot tall, I realize it's going from the lowest spot, but the lowest spot now will be from the 2 feet of elevation, added elevation that would be fill. So that it really could be it might feel like a 37-foot. I'm just trying to I'm trying to understand how all of these different factors
I think
intersect.
Yeah. Charles, did you have something to
Actually, I was going to call on Edward to see if he wanted to just talk a little bit about base flood elevation and, really what that means. It's not actually adding additional height or mass to the building. It's really just where we're setting the finished floor elevation. But Edward?
Yep, that is correct. And so they actually cannot achieve a greater height just because they need to elevate. So the 35-foot is measured from current conditions. And even if they were to bring in fill to bring the house up, or most of the time in these, because of what they're doing, they're more likely just to raise the floor plate. In this particular area, the flooding is fairly shallow at 12 to 18 inches. And so it would be 2 feet on top of that the finished floor has to be raised to. But the overall structure still has to be under that 35-foot height measured from the ground conditions in accordance with the regulation, which actually looks at it going backwards to 19 something. I don't remember the exact date, but anyway, bringing in fill does not change what that ultimate height limit can be.
So it almost sounds like they're going to be limited to 2 stories anyway, because if the base is pre-fill from 1980, whatever it is, I suppose they could make a 3-story house that's 33 feet tall, but there's you're indicating what the limitations are.
There are definitely limitations there. I think that they can, given the fairly shallow base flood elevation here, probably still achieve 3-story, but it will be just under that 35-foot height limit.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Lisa, and then Peter.
So I guess I'd have to look a little more along Broadway. I try not to bring personal information in too much in a way that's inappropriate, but for what it's worth, I'm in a 3-story townhouse right now in Shanahan Ridge. A lot of those homes that were built by McStain in the 70s are 3 stories. Many of them have a somewhat underground level, which brings the height down a bit. It might be interesting in that floodplain, although we did flood in 2013. And I'll say some of these 3-story units are, 1,500 square feet. They're not big. So I would just say, and we also don't know what mix they'll build. I mean, over here, there's some that are 2-story next to a 3-story, so that you have different roof lines. As land value goes up, they may have, developers may have that push to push everything toward the maximum height like we see elsewhere in the city. But yeah, just my lived experience and the spaces I've walked around and see on a major artery like Broadway, or even in a pretty suburban area in South Boulder, 3-story is not huge. And the mass isn't huge either. And I think that if you want to be able to get multiple roommates into a house or a family into a house, and when I say house, I mean any kind of dwelling unit, you need a little more square footage. So.
I think Peter was next.
Sure, and I really appreciate George bringing this up as a topic in general, and I also agree with what John said about families. And something that I have experienced on the board is sometimes making something smaller doesn't make it less expensive. It just makes it finer finishes and as much per square foot cost. And making it bigger can actually be less per square foot, because though this market we know can bear a great deal, at a certain point, it just comes down a bit and it may net out to almost the same thing. So without any restrictions on affordability, I think we could see some pretty nice finishes and a per square foot cost on a smaller unit that wouldn't get us to where we're going. But I'm glad you brought up the concept, because I think we need to keep bringing that up. But otherwise, I'm okay with this item here and what they're doing here. And, we need housing and we need rooms, and this is a state highway, and it's makes sense to me.
Great. Lupita, did you want to add something?
Yeah, well, actually, that was the question I had about that was the one question I heard earlier, the whole issue about the two floors. In my mind, I thought that maybe there was something linked to the size of any construction that you will have there. And I thought, George, you kind of solved the similar concern, I think, regarding the affordability of making things, maybe larger, although, just like Peter mentioned, the size doesn't necessarily make it anything more affordable in this town. But is there a way that we can sort of keep this topic kind of clear? Unfortunately, we don't know who's going to develop this particular area. So is there something that we can do, sort of like go on record that we will have a preference to make this, units affordable in some way? Is there a way for us to do that?
Yeah, and I think that, I'll just put a plug in for our retreat. I think we're going to be spending a substantial portion of our retreat on modest affordability in the middle, and how we can come up with more modest outcomes. So that's a really good question. I agree that it's a good thing to ask. With this particular site, I guess I would lean towards trying to think about, well, is this particular thing that was put into the annexation agreement, is this really something that is really fair to this particular landowner when they're trying to maximize flexibility for what's normally allowed in this area for this zoning, and so that they can fund the school. And so I'm inclined to go ahead and take away that special case for this particular applicant. Yet I think that it is a good question to ask, is how does size affect affordability in general? I think that it's something that we can keep our eye on and look for legislative ways to have outcomes that might make sense. But in this case, I feel like it would be better for this area and for this particular case to go ahead and approve removing that 2-story limit from the annexation agreement. That's where I was falling on this. Any other thoughts from others? All right. Well, we'll see when we get to the motions. Then we do have a fourth key issue, and that is the disposal of the 9th Street right-of-way. And this one seems like it's been out there for quite a long time, so I don't know if anybody has any concerns about that. It's been thought about, but just not completed. So, yeah, John. John, you're muted.
I'm normally very skeptical about something like this where it's not obvious what compensation the city would receive. But staff explained that compensation was received earlier in the 10th Street right-of-way. So I'm willing to go along with staff recommendation.
Great. Yeah, I agree. There's been significant community benefits that have been added by this by this school over the years. So I would agree with that. Anyone else? Great. Well, with that, we have basically 4 suggested motions out there. Does anyone want to make a motion? John?
Yeah, I'll move to I don't have the language in front of me, but I move to accept the staff motions for all 4 elements.
All right. Well, I'm willing to read through them on your behalf.
That'd be great.
And we can make you the motion maker on all of them if people are happy with that. Does anybody want to be the seconder of choice, and then I can read through them and we can do discussion and decide if we need to read through them twice. So the suggested motion language for site review, John, would be a motion to approve site review case number LUR 2019-00068, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached site review criteria checklist as findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum. And did we have a second for that one? Lisa? Second?
Second.
Great. All right. And John makes a second motion, which is to approve use review case number LUR 2020-00026, incorporating the staff memorandum and attached use review criteria checklist as findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum. I have a second for that one.
I can second again, but if anyone else wants it, go for it.
You get your name in the minutes multiple times. Okay, the next one was a motion to recommend approval of the annexation agreement amendment for 4395 Broadway to remove the requirement for a 2-story maximum above basement limitation on buildings. That's John's motion again.
Second.
Lisa seconds again. And finally, a motion to recommend approval of the disposal of vacated 9th Street right-of-way located between Locust Avenue and Cherry Avenue on the east side of Foothills Community Park and conveyance by the city to Waldorf School Association of Boulder Incorporated of said vacated 9th Street right-of-way with a reservation to the city of the easement described in the staff memorandum.
Second.
I guess we'll make John the motion maker and Lisa the second on all of them. We can have a
Cindy.
yeah, and make it easy for Cindy. Yeah, and then do we have any further discussion on this that anyone would like to have? All right, so I'm going to, in the interest of time, kind of do an abbreviated rereading as we vote. So all in favor of the motion on site review, the first motion on the site review, I'll start with Peter.
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that's unanimous. The use review motion. Peter?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Another unanimous. And then the annexation agreement amendment. Peter,
Aye.
Sarah,
Hi.
Georgie,
Nay.
Lupita,
Yeah. Makes me feel
Lisa,
better.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'll vote aye. So that one was 6-1. Oh, did you have Lupita?
Yeah, that was my comment because I was saying nay, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna be alone on this one.
Oh, so are you also a nay?
Yeah, I'm also a nay. I'm not quite sure we cover that issue.
Oh, so 5-2 on that one. Which would either of you like to speak on your
Yeah,
reasons for voting no?
I brought up the issue of sort of that missing middle, and I'm not opposed to they have a right on 35 feet, so I'm not contesting the height. It's more the square footage that each one of these townhouses is going to benefit from by adding this third story. And I am concerned by Peter's discussion around finishes, which I totally agree with. I do think that it will increase the value of this property and make it less attainable. I do think that to John's point around families, townhomes, especially these with yards and a garage, I think, a smaller townhome, a family might move into, even if it didn't have this level of square footage, the square footage that the third story would afford. So that's why I'm voting nay, because I'm not sold that we may actually be losing out here by doing that.
Lupita?
Yeah, and that was my concern about making a statement somehow, and I think something like this will kind of go on record that there is a concern about that particular aspect of the project.
Okay. I'll just say, yeah, I'm not sure that I can see a criteria-based aspect to that necessarily. I understand the desires, but Adrian, do you mind if we finish the votes and we'll have a chance for you to speak in a minute? Okay, well, let's vote on the right of way. I don't think I need to reread that motion since it's pretty straightforward. So we have a motion from John on the right of way. Lisa, did you want to second that one as well?
Yes, I'll second.
Just a leading. So I'll go ahead and do a roll call on that, and then we can. Peter, did you want to go first?
Aye.
Georgie.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Lupita.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye on that. So, all right. So we have 3 unanimous votes and a 5-2 vote on the motions. I'd like to congratulate the applicant on having passed the review. Adrian, did you want to go ahead and address some things you've heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all board members. I cannot tell you how much this means to the school. And I just want to say, in response to this issue of the 2 stories and the size of the units, and I'm wondering how big these units, how big the board thinks these units are. Because first of all, remember, we can't do a basement here because of flood issues. So having that 3rd floor allows for a common space to support a family. These are 3-bedroom units, and they're about 1,650 square feet apiece with a single-car garage. So we're not even talking about single-family units here. These are small units. So that 3rd floor makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So yes, again, congratulations. And I guess that completes our public hearing for item 5A. Thank you all so much for a productive discussion. And I'm excited about that going forward. So with that, it's not 10 o'clock yet, so we can go on to the next agenda item without a vote. I would like to potentially see if we can take care of a couple of very quick matters items, because the 2 folks that are going to recuse, it's going to probably be a good hour And I don't know that we really need to call you back if we just don't have too many matters items. So my apologies to staff. I'm going to try to get through these very quickly. The first one is retreat topics. And yes, so on the retreat, I am working with folks to incorporate as many of the ideas that came out in our last meeting and come up with a really killer retreat lineup. And I'm very excited and I'm very enthusiastic, but I don't know that we're ready to actually review a draft agenda yet. So I just wanted to give you an update. One thing that we thought we might do is go ahead and have a reading assignment like we did last year. So we have over 3 weeks, and there's a book called The Missing Middle Housing, Thinking Big and Building Small to Respond to Today's Housing Crisis by Daniel Perelik. And if people are interested in reading up on missing middle in advance of the retreat, we could have Cindy order books delivered to our homes, and they should be there in a couple days. What do people think of reading up on missing middle before we, Sarah?
I think it's a great idea as long as we we don't get stuck in doing a book review. We have a lot to talk about, and I think as an informational tool, that's awesome. But you know, it has to be contextual. The conversation needs to be about Boulder, and not sort of the broader, which is a bit of a struggle last time we had it. So I love the idea of gathering more information, and as long as we can apply it to our discussion about Boulder.
Great. And actually, just to address it, I was thinking the exact same thing of not doing necessarily a book review, but just coming in kind of having had some thoughts sparked by this. And then I was kind of hoping to get a guest speaker who might either be the author of this book if possible, we're working on it, or someone who is who might work with Daniel. Jacob, did you want to chime in on that?
Just I'll just add, thank you, Dave, that I had been in discussion with Dan, who is an old colleague of mine from lives past, the author of the book. And we just need to have some discussion about his fee for speaking and make sure that we have budget for it. But we are in discussions with Dan or some of the other co-authors of the book from his shop. And we'll be able to advise shortly.
Cool, thank you so much. Lisa and then Lupita.
I was also going to say, to Sarah's point about contextualizing, if that fee is too high, or if we think it might not be Boulder specific enough, that I know in years past, staff did some really robust and cool work on missing middle. And I'm thinking specifically of, I don't remember the URL for it, but the work they did kind of showing examples of like smaller homes and townhomes and the different built forms that were like actual examples within the city of Boulder. And kind of highlighting what that could look like and how it was working and what kinds of folks were living there. And so, yeah, if for any reason we aren't able to get the author, which would be incredible, I could also see some really cool conversations around it within the context of the work, but then also like in terms of what's happening in Boulder.
Cool. Yeah, so let's and actually to your point and to Sarah's point, I was also thinking we would probably have not just the guest speaker, but also have Kurt Fernhaber weigh in on our local strategy and also hear from maybe a couple other people on staff. So this would just be a piece of it. Sarah?
I just want to reiterate that, you know, or not reiterate, the challenge a challenge we have is that to get the types of the housing forms that we might be discussing requires some discussion of underlying zoning, and that is not necessarily something that Dan, this national speaker, could speak to, although Jacob and staff could. And I think, for my own personal belief, is a really great outcome from our retreat is to have dug into the challenges of the underlying zoning that prevents us or inhibits our ability to have smaller single-family homes and townhomes and the kind of mixed, the diversity of housing types that we need for the diversity of housing needs that we're trying to meet.
Great. You know, I do want to be aware of time here. I think that all of this will come up in the retreat. So, you know, Lupita?
Yeah, before you go too far, because Sarah kind of jumped the gun because I was going to speak about that.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I think a more useful exercise, more so than to listen to the author, frankly, I will be more interested in making sure that the way we treat the book is more of an investigation process of what is it in there that is actually could be applicable or a good model for us to use in Boulder. So the contextualizing piece is what I will find the most important information. And I think in our annual letter, we specifically talked about innovation. And this is one area where I think that we can go into that book and delve into it, trying to find out some innovative ideas on how we could apply those ideas into Boulder and maybe bring somebody who knows Boulder context and help us maybe more directively launch into what can we prepare to apply here. And the other one that I actually too, so I can put in two fingers up because I wanted to remember that two things. And I was wondering if the book is available as an ebook, so that it is even maybe even lower cost, but certainly also accessible sooner. So that's the kind of two things I wanted to mention. But I would prefer much more to have this as of an exercise to dissecting a book and applying it to our context. Looking for
Great.
those innovative ideas that we can actually benefit from here.
Yes, and certainly anything that we do in the retreat is going to be targeted towards solutions for Boulder. Absolutely. So if I don't want to spend, you know, again, a lot of time tonight. If people are okay with the general idea of getting that book order, just because I'd like people to have enough time, then we can, in the next meeting, talk a little bit more about the details of how we might be able to be productive in the retreat around the overall subject. Does that make sense? Cool. So then we can have Cindy go ahead and order that. Do we want to accommodate ebook? Because that's actually just as easy to order on Amazon, but I don't know how easy it is to order ebooks for other people.
Actually, as much as I love ebooks and read them for fiction, I actually would prefer this in hardcover just because or
To write
paperback
it.
because I'll annotate it. So
Exactly.
many
Leather
people
bound on an inscription. Great. Thanks.
How many people would really prefer an ebook? Doesn't matter too much? Okay. I know it's just a little easier when you're having something delivered to other people just to get it ordered. So, all right, Cindy, looks like we're good to go for that. And then the other thing I was going to throw out is we do have a lot to cover. We did 3.5 hours last year. Can we expand this to 3.5 hours from 3 hours? 1 to 4:30? Okay with that? Great. Those are the two things I wanted to ask. And then did we have anything else before? Because I know there's two folks that are going to have to leave. Yep, I think that was it for matters.
Do we? So I have matters. I have like matters that I keep sending notes on that I want to bring up at some point when it is not before another long feedback meeting or a long hearing. So I'm just hoping that maybe Charles can identify for us or for me a meeting when it isn't super long and we might be able to get to some of the growing list of items I have, matters that I have, which I don't want to bring up tonight, and I didn't bring them up last time, but I do want to bring them up.
We're keeping track of them. We're hoping that we're going to have some lighter agendas as we move into the summer. So hopefully in June, we've just had really packed, heavy agendas here the last 3 months. So hopefully the first meeting in June we'll be able to spend some time on them.
Awesome, thank you.
And we might cover some in the retreat and then we can take care of the rest in June. So cool. Yeah, thank you. I did see that you had some, Sarah, so we're not not trying to overlook those. So cool. So with that, let's go ahead and then go to our other to our big matters item, which is the update and board input on CU Boulder South key issues. And is there anyone who needs to recuse themselves? And if so, we'll let you go for the night.
Well, I will recuse myself. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Lupita. We'll see you soon.
I will recuse myself as well. Have a good night, guys.
Great. And Lisa, we'll just recognize that you gave a good overview of your recusal earlier tonight. So thank you for that. All right. Well, with that, then we'll turn it over to Phil. Phil, you want to kick us off, or did someone else want to introduce this? Charles?
Nope, go ahead, Phil. Take it away.
Okay,
Thanks.
great.
Yeah, Phil Kleisler, Planning and Development Services. We really appreciate your time this evening. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is an update and board discussion on the CU's, on the direction and overall focus of the CU South annexation negotiations. Pull this up. So in talking with the, during the agenda meeting yesterday, we estimated this time, the time for this agenda item being about 60 minutes and including representation and participation from CU Boulder. And to that end, we do have staff from Transportation and Mobility, as well as Planning and Development Services on the call today or this evening, as well as several members from the university, including Derek Silva, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Business Strategy, Abby Benson, Associate Vice Chancellor for Strategic Relations and Support, Rochelle Riley, whose videos is here and will be presenting some items this evening, Acting Interim Campus Architect, and lastly, Bill Fox, Principal at Fox Total Transportation Group. Our thought, there are a lot of moving parts with this particular application, and our idea for getting through these items efficiently this evening was to kind of take it one topic at a time. And so our thought was, I can do a brief introduction and give some notes on the timeline, kind of where we are in the process, and then we'll move to the next item, which is transportation. Given the public comment and interest that was expressed at the agenda meeting around transportation, CU Boulder would like to present as the applicant to the planning board to kind of present what their proposal is for that. And then we'll pause for questions from the board and input. And we'll kind of do that for each of these items, presentation, Q&A, and input, and to hopefully get through them all. So if you have ideas about any of these items, you'll be able to share them this evening. This is the overall timeline. The two interrelated and very much dependent projects is the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project, which uses a portion of the CU South property, and the annexation, which we would anticipate likely having a vote later this year. And depending on the outcome of that vote, the city engineers would proceed with design, permitting, and ultimately construction of the flood mitigation infrastructure by 2026. This is our anticipated annexation review process. We were last with the planning board visiting with you back in November, and a lot has happened since then, I would say. It's been busy. We're very grateful for all the people, all the community members who have come to our meetings, our neighborhood meetings, drop-in meetings, the over 900 folks who completed the questionnaire online. All that feedback is included as attachment B in your packet, and there's links also to raw comments as well. We were also listening along the way. And so through this meeting, we'd like to highlight a few of the terms that we've brought to the table as a result of what we've heard through the engagement process. I think this is probably our 5th public meeting in the last week. And so we're really out there talking to folks, and it's been very helpful. We're visiting with council on Tuesday and having the same similar discussion that we're having tonight. And following all of that input and direction from council, we would then move forward with drafting the actual annexation agreement to present to planning board and council. In terms of level of detail, this board was really instrumental in developing and ultimately approving the CU South Guiding Principles in 2017. And those principles set a vision for the site at a pretty high level. And then in early 2019, the university submitted an application for annexation. And with that, submitted a term sheet structured around the guiding principles. And so we've been having a lot of back and forth through that term sheet with the effort of converting or translating those guiding principles into annexation terms. We released a briefing book with some new information and a snapshot about where we were last October when we were before the planning board. The board had a lot of great input about that, and we've refreshed it, and that's included as attachment A to your packet this evening. And so the next step now, after getting all the input, is really for the attorneys and staff from the two parties to pick up the pen and write the actual annexation agreement. There's quite a bit of new things in the briefing book. There's a key issues map that we'll be reviewing in this meeting that geographically just shows where some of the things that we're talking about may be located. Planning board members had a lot of input around cost and better understanding those. And so we added some information about that in a new chapter of the briefing book. The university submitted design guidelines shortly before publication of the briefing book. And we've included those, and we'll highlight some of those this evening. The Open Space Board of Trustees provided a recommendation in March that's included, as well as a transportation chapter. And lastly, some emerging issues that we're seeing, particularly as a result of the community's input through this process. And so with that said, that was the very brief introduction. And I'd like to go ahead and introduce Rochelle Riley. The university submitted a transportation traffic study in January of this year, and the city staff replied with comments a few weeks later. We've since been getting community feedback on that and providing those to the applicant, and the university's been working with their consultant on how to address those. I think given the interest around this particular topic, CU requested to provide some introductory remarks to the transportation topic before we dive in. So with that, Rochelle.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you to the board for allowing us this presentation. I also thank Phil for running the presentation for me. We can go to the next slide. The guiding principles for transportation planning at CU Boulder South will start with the development of performance-based transportation standards. These include mitigation of impacts to local and regional networks, parking limitation and parking management, a trip cap, the incorporation of university TDM programs, and enhanced connectivity of multimodal trails. There will be a mobility hub that's built on the site with multimodal connections for transit that will connect to the existing 3 campus properties. Multimodal systems are to be designed for pedestrians, bike, and transit, and they will have connections to the city network and a limited impact to the adjacent OSMP property. When we get to street design, we'll work on that to discourage bypass or cut through traffic from Highway 93. We'll limit impact to adjacent residential neighborhoods, but allow for emergency egress and encourage multimodal travel with safe street design concepts. Next slide. Prior to the start of the study, CU and the city were in agreement on the consultant selection, the study scope, the study schedule, and the key assumptions. We do understand that there have been questions or concerns about how traffic counts have been interpreted, both during COVID and future projections. And we have Bill Fox from Fox Tuttle Transportation Group here tonight to answer any clarifications that you might request. The terms for the study noted that the primary access points would be at South Loop Drive and a new entrance at Highway 93. A trip cap program will be established for the property, and there will be a construction of a multimodal transportation hub. We'll also implement proactive and responsive TDM measures, and the study will recommend on-site and potential off-site improvements. Next slide. The initial draft of the traffic impact study was completed in January of 2021. It analyzed traffic counts, it projected impacts, and it offers approaches to mitigation. The assumptions for the traffic study came from the land use scenario, which was informed by the guiding principles. The assumptions included 550 apartment or townhouses for faculty, staff, or graduate students, 550 graduate student apartments, 500,000 gross square feet of academic use, academic buildings, a transit hub, recreational facilities, and then the primary access points being South Loop Drive and Highway 93. Tantra Drive was only used as a limited control access point. This study will be finalized after considering TAB, city, and the public feedback. Next slide. A trip cap will be determined for CU Boulder South. The trip cap is the number of vehicular trips in and out of the property based on development at final build-out. The trip cap will coincide with CU's existing TDM programs that will be extended to CU Boulder South. It will be used to define potential on-site or off-site improvements, and it will be monitored with a traffic study that will be done twice a year, each academic year. It is meant to be dynamic in nature and responsive to changes in transportation modes over time. Next slide. Our recently completed transportation master plan shows that our single occupancy vehicle rate is around 50%. Our TDM programs include bus passes for all students, staff, and faculty. This is a campus bus pass along with an eco pass. We have micro-mobility programs. We've got night ride programs, car shares, van pool. We've got a bike share program, a semester bike rentals, and bike repair stations on campus. We also have vehicle charging stations for our fleet vehicles and for public use. And these programs, we realize, will evolve over time with new technologies and approaches. Next slide. We have also collaborated and partnered with the city on several transportation projects. These projects address campus-related transportation and pedestrian needs, and the projects include the 30th and Colorado underpass, which is recently under construction, the College, Baseline, and Euclid underpasses, which also serve edges of campus. We have also partnered as a stakeholder on transportation studies that include the Arapahoe Corridor Study, the 30th and Colorado Corridor Study, and the Final Mile Study for Highway 119. We're also currently partnering with the city to study micromobility options. Next slide. Our next steps for the study are to collect input and finalize the report. We will establish a trip cap and performance measures working with city transportation staff. The traffic data that was run in November of 2020 will be rerun for the final study, and we anticipate the final report to be done in May of 2021. That's what I have for tonight. If you have any questions, we have Derek or Bill Fox here along with myself to answer any questions that you might have.
I would also add that we'll be taking some notes, and given the council will talk about this on Tuesday, we'd like to share a summary of
Great. And yeah, Phil, you were breaking up a little, but I think, yeah, we heard you be taking notes. And yeah, Rochelle, thanks so much for joining us tonight and providing a little bit of the CU perspective. Before I open it up for questions, I'll just say this is the first time we're seeing the transportation portion of this work. So there will probably be significant number of comments, and I'll be interested in hearing what other planning board members have to say. Also, Phil, TAB is looking at this within the next few weeks, right? I wasn't sure if I saw when.
Let me know if I'm having trouble. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback, maybe from a different microphone.
Yeah.
Okay,
we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So yes, we visited with them once, and then we also visited them a second time with this new information, almost the same presentation on Monday, this past Monday. So
okay, so we've already been in front of TAB. Great. And so with that, I'll just go ahead and open it up to questions from the board. Sarah.
I
and
have
Peter.
I have a bunch of questions, but I will do the roundelay.
Sarah.
So what the hecky heck is a trip cap? And how in the hecky heck would that possibly be enforced?
So a trip cap counts the number of cars in and out each day for the property. So it's based on the development and the number, just the number of cars in and out. And the way that it would be enforced would be with a traffic study that is done twice a year. And we're working with city staff, but what we think makes the most sense is to do it like at fall, when the kids get back in the fall and when the kids get back in the spring. So it will measure the trips in and out from the site. And if the trips exceed the trip cap that is set, there will be a number, then the university will employ additional TDM measures to bring those trips down. And Derek may have additional comments.
Yeah, I would just add that it would be, you asked about enforcement, Sarah, and that would be through, just like any contract, there would be obligations. The annexation agreements can be a contract. And certainly there would be dispute resolutions within the contract if we were derelict and just did not follow the trip cap or refused. Then just like any other contract, the remedy would be litigation.
I would also like to add that the guiding principles also state that future phases of development will be contingent upon meeting different performance standards like a trip cap. And so that's a way to also have an iterative kind of monitoring process as they move through their phasing plan in the future.
Okay, I think, did I call on someone before you, John, or were you next? I think Peter and then John. Sorry, I just forgot the order. Peter,
Thank
go
you for
ahead.
that, Rochelle. There was a seemingly open-ended one there, and I was curious about the micromobility bullet point you had there about just to hear a minute of detail on what that is.
Oh, right now, it's electric bikes. It could potentially be electric scooters.
And you're working, it said that you were collaborating with the city on that.
On the most recent pilot project for scooters.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'll go to John and I'll just remind us that we can also give feedback now too. I think we're doing questions and feedback at the same time. John, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just, with respect to the trip cap, I'm just wondering, is it anticipated that that would be quantified as a condition of the annexation agreement? Or would it be quantified at some other point?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, but I've been under the impression that it'll be at annexation.
Correct. That's our understanding as well.
Yep. So this study will inform that number, John.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The study would inform what that number should be at each point of access.
Right, but it would be a quantified and in the annexation agreement itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll just, before I go to you, Sarah, I'll just comment that I noticed in preparing for this that the guiding principles do mention phasing, during the phasing of this project, that there would be mitigating stopgaps. And so this to me kind of addresses that. I would look at other kinds of things like this where, because conditions can change so much over the years, since we may be several years out before a lot of this build out happens. So I think in the annexation agreement, seeing things like this that can address changing conditions would be very useful, so that we can respond with a good dialogue between the city and the CU as to what kind of adjustments need to be made. So that would be my feedback. Sarah, go ahead.
So I guess I'll have a comment and then I'll ask a question. I wonder how the residents who will be living there will feel about a trip cap when they're told that apparently the number of cars coming in and out have maxed the number allowed. and they still need to get out and get their kids to something that, or to go to the doctor. I mean, I have some questions about how that actually would end up working for the people who actually live there. But I'll leave that as a comment. It's not, I don't want to see you response at the moment. So my question is about, is this second transportation study meant to replace the November transportation study that generated so much negative feedback from the community?
So the November study was a draft. It was the first go round of the study of all the traffic with the assumptions. And based on that study, that was reviewed by city staff, and they provided their input and comments, and that's where we received the trip cap and agreed to the trip cap. And then we will rerun the study based on all the comments that have been received.
So are you, I guess I'm asking if you feel those comments were appropriate, because they seemed very thoughtful to me.
Which I guess it depends on the comments.
The concerns about choosing, or not, maybe you didn't choose, maybe it was just a coincidence that the study was done when there was another shutdown at the school and the shutdown of BBSD. And I'm just sort of curious, I want to understand the validity of those concerns.
Bill, would you like to respond to that?
Certainly. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, and there are a variety of misunderstandings about what counts were taken, why counts were taken, when they were taken, and how they were used and how they were adjusted for COVID or pre-COVID conditions. So, and I can go into as much detail as you'd like to hear, but there was a comment that said we waited until everybody was out of all the schools in the world were out of session, then we counted traffic. And what really happened was we were working on a scope with city and CU staff, and it finally got hammered out in early November. And then we needed to get some set of counts because there were a few intersections where we didn't have any pre-COVID information. The vast majority of the intersections in the data in the study were taken from pre-COVID conditions. So we didn't need to recount those intersections. However, we did need to recount or get counts on the ramp volumes at the 3 intersections. And we counted the week before Thanksgiving because that was as soon as we could, based on an approved scope where all the details were worked out. So the fact that it happened to coincide with different schools being out of session was not intentional. However, the counts that were taken during COVID conditions and then used to adjust to pre-COVID conditions were less than 9% of the total amount of traffic that was factored into the overall study. And I can give you more detail if you'd like to hear it, but a very small percentage of the information taken during COVID conditions was needed, and then that was factored up to represent pre-COVID conditions using factoring methodology that I still support and would gladly go into the details of why we did what we did. But there's a significant amount of misunderstanding about how that process was done. And we did the best we could with the schedule that we had and feel good about the results that we came away with.
It strikes me that will be a challenge. Certainly COVID exacerbates it, but like I said, conditions change. So in the annexation agreement, it'd be good to acknowledge that the traffic studies that have been done this year really inform a lot, but there may be adjustments that need to be made as the day for actually building the site approaches. Because we could be years out before the building starts, and who knows what could change. So I just think it would be nice to have something in the annexation agreement that could talk about how transportation studies could continue to inform street designs and things like that. John, did you have a comment? No.
I have a bunch of other transportation questions.
You want to go to the next one, Sarah? I have a couple as well.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I don't mean to, I have questions,
Yes.
so I'm happy to ask them whenever.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, so I actually have some questions about the access at college. I mean, I still have a bunch of questions about the trip cap, but it's a little awkward to be having this conversation with CU because I feel like I'm not having a conversation with my other planning board members. But so I have some questions about the Colorado 93 access. And it has to do with who owns the land that the road would be built on, and what's the cost for accessing that land, and who's going to pay that cost?
City owns that land, and the university has an existing easement, though I don't know at this point whether or not that easement will be sufficient for the future roadway. We should know that though soon.
And so who pays the cost of building the road and all the infrastructure necessary for it to be up to speed, so to speak?
That would be the university.
Okay. And I looked at the intersection there, and my recollection of it is that there's an existing sort of front. It's not actually a frontage road, but it feels like a frontage road to 93. And it looks like the idea here is to connect to that and then have that be a sort of an on-ramp to 93. Is that a pretty close approximation of what's being planned?
The location of that access would be just to the north of where that frontage road that you described. The new access would not use that frontage at all. It would be a new access just to the north where the corner of the CU and the city property comes into Highway 93. And the access would be directly onto Highway 93, not going through Marshall Road or whatever the frontage road is
All
called.
right. And is my recollection correct that that's sort of a top of a hill, almost the top of a hill?
No, it's in a curving area closer to the bottom of the hill as you go around that curve. And there's no question there's a slope there. And part of our recommendation is to, that's in an area where the speed limit is transitioning on Highway 93. And so our recommendation is to shift that speed limit transition south a little bit so it happens before or south of this new intersection. But we believe the intersection can be constructed there to meet CDOT standards and be a safe intersection.
And in the memo, it says it would not be a signalized intersection. Is that correct?
That's correct, based on our projection of future traffic that would use that, how the directional, the traffic would come and go from that intersection, and then applying federal standards that CDOT goes with on when traffic signals are warranted. We don't think there'll be enough traffic coming and going, particularly turning left out of there to go south to warrant a traffic signal.
So, okay, so I'm not a traffic engineer, but I drive 93 a lot, and there are lots of people who get on 93 and go south because they're heading to 70 to go to the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to imagine that the 1,100 dwelling unit dwellers there'd be only a small percentage that would want to turn south onto 93 from what is essentially their homes. And I'm just curious how you came up with I don't know the numbers you came up with, but how you reached the conclusion. It's not a challenge. I just don't understand how you reached the conclusion that there would not be enough south heading traffic to require a signal there, because I can't imagine how anyone could cross that street in their car and not get into a car accident.
So the process that you go through is figuring out the directional distribution of traffic in general, and the study has focused on the weekday AM and PM peak hours of the day. Those are the times when traffic is the highest, both commuting and there's no question that during the weekend more people might go out of there to go skiing going to the south, say. or to go recreate going to the south. But the highest traffic times are in the weekday AM and PM hours. And so that's what the study has focused on. And in those hours, we worked with CU staff and city staff, but primarily with CU staff to say, where do you think the folks are going to come and go from and to when accessing CU South? And so that distribution assumption determined how much of the site traffic in general would then use that access, and then how much of that would go to and from the south. So that's the process that we went through. And then at the end of the day, you take how many trips that is and compare it to the national standards for warranting a traffic signal and determine that if one is warranted or not. And all I can tell you is that our preliminary review of that intersection is that it probably won't rise to the level that warrants a traffic signal from a traffic volume perspective.
All right, I appreciate that explanation. My feedback, based on not being a transportation specialist, is that we should be thinking about that more as a signalized intersection. Just based on, I just think we need to be thinking about that as a signalized intersection.
And certainly you can. And CDOT will have an opinion on whether or not that intersection can be signalized, because it's their road at that point. And so they tend to use those national standards that I quoted. But certainly a case could be made for a traffic signal. I'm not saying you couldn't, and stranger things have happened, but based purely on the numbers that we've projected, we don't see that one warranting a signal. There would be a southbound left turn lane, so you could turn and get out of traffic before making your left turn into the CU site. So you wouldn't have to worry about people coming up behind you at that point. But to turn left and go south on a weekday is what we think would not warrant a signal. We may need to expand the study to look at anticipated weekend traffic and reanalyze on a weekend set of volumes. But so far, we haven't done that.
When you do turn south out of the site, would there be a dedicated lane to turn into that then you merge into traffic? Or would you be going right into the lane of traffic?
There's two southbound lanes there, and you'd be turning into one of them. CDOT usually does not want or require left turn acceleration lanes. Because depending on how people use them, they can be more unsafe than they add to the safety of the location.
Yeah, Americans are not very good at using those, I know. I'll just just a joke. Okay, did you want to keep going on that subject, or should we?
Not on that subject. I do have another transportation question though.
Great. Well, I'll ask one, and then we'll, unless there's someone else who wants to jump in who hasn't spoken yet. So I was very sympathetic to some of the comments with regards to Moorhead, because I know that Highway 36 goes parallel to Moorhead, and we'd love to kind of keep more volume on the bigger highways and not necessarily going. Now, Moorhead's kind of a in between. I guess I don't know what the city's classification of Moorhead is. It does have bus traffic and stuff, but I'm wondering if there are thoughts as to whether we would, especially given the counts in that traffic study didn't really show any percentage going on Moorhead, if there's any look at discouraging traffic flow through Moorhead to get to the campus, back and forth between campuses.
So the Moorhead issue came up loud and clear, and it's my opinion that a significant portion of the traffic from CU South to the CU main campus will not use Moorhead. I spent 3.5 years living along Moorhead when I went to CU, so I'm familiar with that corridor. But there are three choices to go from CU South to the main campus. Say if you start from Loop Drive and Table Mesa Drive to go to the corner of Baseline and Table Mesa Road. Those are the two endpoints. Three ways to get there. US 36 is by far the fastest. It's 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, and it's about the same distance as going on Moorhead. It's 1.9 miles. And you can do that. And we've done it mathematically by measuring it. We've done it with Google Earth, Google Maps, has data on travel times. And what we concluded is that if you went on US 36, it would take you 1.9 miles, it'd take you 5 minutes, and you'd have to make 2 or 3 turns in that to go from one end to the other. If you went on Moorhead, same 1.9 miles, it's about the same distance. It would take you 7.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes longer, and you'd have to make 4 turns. And going through intersections, making turns slows you down. Okay, and so the third choice is to go down Table Mesa to Broadway. The speed limits there are higher than on Moorhead. Moorhead's 25 miles an hour, Table Mesa is 35, Broadway's 40, and it's only slightly farther. It's instead of 1.9 miles, it's 2 miles. So it's not the triangle that you saw earlier in the look. If you look at an aerial photograph, you'll see that it's not that different of a travel path, and you can do it faster with only 1 turn. You only have to make 1 turn to go on Table Mesa to Broadway to get to those between those 2 endpoints. So it's my opinion that if you use Moorhead, you'll only do it once, unless you're on a bicycle, and then that would be your route of choice. But we certainly can adjust that, although we certainly have heard historical conversations about making Moorhead more of a neighborhood bikeway type of road where maybe non-local traffic, cut-through traffic is discouraged. And so that also contributes to the sense that Moorhead's probably not going to experience that much traffic from CU South.
Okay, yeah, I'll just comment that I agree that 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 it may not be as attractive as maybe some people think. I agree with that comment because it is a slower, and I think I am maybe suggesting that we look at making it just a little bit even more, like you say, bicycle and slower traffic oriented in order to continue to reinforce that we aren't positioning it to be a through thing. And then the thing that just kind of comes to mind is the convenience of getting on 36 from that direction. You go over the bridge and it's a little bit funky because of the access to the frontage road along 36 going north. I guess it's actually west, but it seems like north. And yeah, so that isn't the most, I just get the smoothest kind of natural motion that you make in a car. So there may be over the years as we as this goes forward ways to make that a little bit more natural to get on 36 north.
Well, and certainly that's one of the recommendations of the study, because when you turn out a loop drive onto Table Mesa going to the east, you make a left turn then to go onto US 36 to go west. And that left turn is unsignalized today. That's one of the ones that we had to count and factor up. And that unsignalized left turn may need to be signalized in the future. And much like there's a left turn on Broadway to go onto College when you're northbound on Broadway. Through traffic never has to stop, but the left turn needs a signal to help it make that left. And that may have to happen at that intersection to facilitate that turn onto US 36.
Sarah.
Well, Peter raised his hand, so Peter, you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't see
that. I can't imagine anyone taking Moorhead over those other 2 routes to get from South to campus or back.
Neither can I, but we certainly, I appreciate the concern.
Sure.
Peter, did you have a question or can I?
No, I was just trying to jump in and put my vote there on that topic as a non-topic in my mind.
So I'd like to go back to the discussion that encompasses the connection to 93, both in 2 different ways. The first is Rochelle talked about tactics to discourage people from using that as a cut through from I guess that's Table Mesa all the way through to 93. And I'd be very interested in hearing more about what you would do, what could be done to discourage that from being a cut through.
Well, I'll start and then others could jump in, but certainly it has to be a very circuitous connection to make it not an efficient way to go, because that there is a desire line there to go from Foothills Parkway to Highway 93 South. And I go that way every weekend when I go out of town. And so there's the desire. So you'd have to design the site so that it's either too circuitous to be a thinkable route, or there's a physical disconnect in that route. So you might not be able to get through there from end to end. And unless there's, unless it's a transit vehicle or something. And we haven't worked on those tools to make that happen because the site plan is not that far along. But there needs to be something significant to prevent that throughput from happening.
You could almost consider residents needing to at some point scan a card and open a gate to get past a certain place, and so you have your resident card and you go through, but if you're not a resident, you have to, kind of stick to the side that you entered and exit from or
Well,
something.
I'm certainly struck by the current map of what's developable, and it does have a choke point between the two potential development space areas. I'm sure it's not meant to be a choke point, but just from the field, am I describing it accurately?
Yeah, we were looking at some of the existing constraints like wetlands. You kind of see it coming out ahead there.
So then I want to add the other question I had about the passage through to 93. So there's a manufactured home neighborhood over there. I think it must be on county land. And we do have one of the CU South guiding principles is that neighborhoods be protected from transportation impacts. And I know this isn't right up against where the road would be, but it would likely mean traffic where there has not been traffic before. And I'm curious how folks have been thinking about protecting that neighborhood from unnecessary traffic impacts, if at all.
And I'll start again on that one. The extension of Marshall Road that does serve that community that you referenced does not and would not connect north to the road that goes into the new road that goes into CU South. And so there would not be the potential to drive between that Marshall Road dead end and CU South. So there wouldn't be any more traffic going by that. And I'm looking at an aerial photograph, but there wouldn't be any more traffic going by except for what was out on Highway 93.
So how far would the road to 93 be from that neighborhood? Is it half a mile, a quarter mile?
I'll measure it for you. It's
Thank you.
So you're thinking, we're talking about the Sans Souci mobile community, which is actually on the other side of Foothills
No.
Highway.
There's a mobile community. So if you walk, I don't know the names of, I can't remember the name of all the paths, but if you're walking through that open space and you're coming back on the around the south side of CU South right now, just walking it, there's a farm, and then next to the farm is a manufacturing neighborhood.
There's about 50 or 60 homes in that neighborhood, and the access to that neighborhood off of the end of Marshall Road is 720 feet or 730 feet south of where the new CU access would come out and meet Highway 93. But again, they wouldn't connect.
Okay.
We've also reached out via mailings to that neighborhood as a broader mailing to invite them to provide input on the project, and have been talking with our county colleagues about ways to reach out to them as well.
And when you think about building the road, can you imagine, because adding a road anywhere in a place where there has not been a road before is a disruption. Would there be discussion around landscaping around that road, tree planting, anything to make it a less, a road is intrusive, but a less intrusive new thing?
Rochelle, that one's got your name on it.
I know. So this would be part of a campus gateway. And so if you look at some of our other entrances, yes, we would landscape it. We would make it a pleasant entryway and have some really nice landscape buffers between, this happens on the other parts of the property too, where there should be it's already in the plan, a buffer between CU South and any other neighborhood that's up there.
All right, thank you.
Right. I think we've heard there are interesting concerns about that connection because it is so new. John.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus on a different location. That is the junction of Table Mesa Drive and Broadway, and ask what the impact of this additional traffic might have in that location, and what proposals there might be to make it move more smoothly given additional traffic.
Sure. Well, in the study, we've looked at the existing condition and then the future condition without CU South 20 years into the future, and then the addition of CU South traffic. And what we see is that, that intersection has challenges today. And there's not much room to add more or do other things to facilitate automobile traffic through there. And so in the year 2041, without CU South, there starts to be some congestion and delay at that intersection. And we've identified some ways to maybe change the signal timing to facilitate a better level of service through that intersection. We've talked with Mike Sweeney at the city, who deals with their traffic signal system, and about ideas. And I know they're working in the very near future to look at some signal retiming for the signals in the whole south end of Boulder. And so they'll be thinking about that as well. Adding CU South traffic to that intersection makes congestion more. There's one turn lane that would probably need to be extended, the southbound left turn lane, but that's about the only physical change. The biggest issue is figuring out how to get less traffic to go through that intersection. And that's part of the TDM, Transportation Demand Management discussion, and the CAP discussion that's ongoing.
Thank you. Are there any other locations that would require any specific improvements as a function of CU South between?
Well, that and a good question. That's the one that's probably the biggest concern. Clearly, the main intersection of Loop Drive onto Table Mesa, which lines up with the US 36 off ramp, the eastbound off ramp. That intersection on the CU side will need to be reworked to provide a better road approaching Table Mesa, because it's a little bitty road today. So that would take some doing. But one thing I mentioned earlier about that, if you turn right out of Loop Drive and head toward the bridge to go onto South Boulder Road, that left turn to go onto westbound US 36 in the long term will probably need that traffic signal to allow that left turn to turn efficiently and get onto US 36 to go west. Now that traffic signal need will likely be there without CU South. The background growth in traffic will probably drive that, and then CU South will add to that need. If you go out there today and if you look at the poles, the streetlight poles that are there at that intersection, they have plates and 4 holes, and it looks like somebody at some point anticipated that would have signal mast arms put on those poles. Now they're old poles, they need to be replaced, but we're not the first ones to think about signalizing that location. So that's the other one. That's the rest of the intersections in our study area, and there are 10 intersections in our study area. The rest of them are pretty, will function pretty well.
Thank
you. So I'll give a little more feedback, and feel free to raise your hands if you also want to speak. But I just want to put in a plug for cut through, and that is on bikes. This path on the west side is going to be a really important connectivity path for bikes. Right now, you don't really have a way to get over to that area around Marshall Road from Table Mesa and 36. And I actually live kind of down Bear Creek Path, so I ride up that way all the way. So I think it's going to be really important connection. So I was really glad to see that. And the other thing I was just going to mention is the Tantra Park. I continue to hope that access point in Tantra Drive is de-emphasized a little bit, maybe really make it great for bike and pedestrian permeability, but maybe mostly for emergency traffic. I don't know what the thoughts are, but there's already a pretty good access point over at Table Mesa, so I don't know how much additional car access needs to come from Tantra. So that was one.
Certainly has been a discussion item, and in our projections to date, we have de-emphasized that access and only put a little bit of traffic there on the assumption that it would not be just an emergency access. But that could be a scenario as well, in which case the little bit of traffic that we've added to Tantra would have to go to a different access. But been having that conversation with both the city and CU, and as a function of how the site plan regulates traffic, and we don't have a finished site plan at this point.
Sarah.
So how does, I'm going to go back to the trip cap because I've never heard of this before. And so what have you all are proposing to put a small for Boulder for CU sports arena on this site with a maximum of 3,000 fixed seats, if I read the material correctly in your thinking right now. How would traffic going to that facility impact, first of all, how would it impact potentially daily trip driving, car use, and how would it affect your trip cap?
I would start by saying that the normal traffic study that has been done has focused on the morning and evening peak hours. And I don't know if the trip cap will be done on a peak hour basis or a daily basis. That's a good question. I'm not sure the answer to that at this point, but it's unlikely that a significant sporting event would access during either the morning or the evening commuting hours when traffic concerns are highest. So in that context, a sporting event would likely occur when there's less peak traffic coming and going. But I'm not sure how that sporting complex would be factored into the trip cap.
Could I just comment on that? Oh, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, so I can add that currently there is no plan to build anything out there. We have no site plan, and a lot of what we're having to do right now, because of the timing that we're entering into this annexation agreement, is try to account and retain flexibility for future needs that we just can't foresee today. So there is no plan to build that out there today, but it is something that we're looking at. And it's not a sports arena. It would be an open field like Potts Field. Things like a sports arena like the Coors Center or certainly a stadium are prohibited uses out there. We would not put anything like that out there. But it's not something that's planned today. It's not something that we can say will be out there. But again, we're trying to retain flexibility for a future that we can't foresee today.
So,
Can I comment? Oh,
I just want some clarification. Just some clarification on the
Okay.
pots. Yes, I see that the size in the proposal set or in the document is about the size of Potts Field, but it does say 3,000 fixed seats. So what does that mean? And I realize you're just trying to maintain flexibility, but what does that mean to have 3,000 fixed seats, but it's not an arena?
I don't know that anyone would call that an arena. I mean, I think someone would look like a basketball arena like downtown Denver or the Coors Center and call that an arena. I think an open kind of small sports field like that is not considered an arena.
Derek, my question is, it said, I'm just trying to understand what 3,000 fixed seats is. If it's Potts Field like, is it bleachers? I'm just trying to understand what that is.
Right. We just don't know today. I mean, it could be bleachers. Again, we are trying to maintain flexibility. We have this one shot, just like the city does, to come to an agreement on different aspects. And one of the things that is very important for us to do is maintain flexibility. It's still an item up for negotiation, so that has not even been fixed yet. But that is our position so far, to retain the flexibility that we need going forward. So unfortunately, Sarah, I don't have an answer for your question directly, just because there's nothing planned. We're trying to craft the language so that we can maintain that flexibility down the road.
And there's a push and pull too, and that's acknowledged, I think, between the two parties, that the city on the opposite end wants more certainty and more definition. And so that's just what we've been working through. And I'd expect that those stadium definitions would have some examples to talk about what it is and what it isn't, as well as the capacity.
So the comment I wanted to make is, so this is going to appear in the agreement as a maximum size that could be implemented, but it doesn't mean that that's going to necessarily go there. But the Pottsfield example was quite useful to me because I live just very close to that area. And so I see it all the time. And I've seen, soccer games going on, polo games or whatever. And they tend to be, I've never seen the kinds of impacts that you would see like at an arena. So it was, for me, it actually was useful to see that comparison. Now, I don't know if that would always be the case, but Pottsfield, honestly, and of course, Colorado, where Pottsfield is adjacent to Colorado, is pretty underutilized. So it may not be completely apples and apples, but I find that size to be pretty manageable in that location, at least. Any other thoughts? John?
Yeah, on a different transportation related topic, I was just wondering if there's any chance that actions taken on the CU main campus could have an impact on the sort of transportation back and forth to the CU South campus. And by that, I mean, for example, limiting parking even more on the main campus than it is now to discourage people from driving to the main campus from CU South and expecting to find a parking place or something like that. Is there any sort of management actions considered of that type?
I don't know if Derek or Rochelle want to take that. I will try though if
Actually, Bill, we can take it because I think that's more in the TDM arena. And so I think that I'm not sure of I can't recall the acronym. Well, the acronym is SUMP, and I know it means shared, unbundled. I forgot what the other
managed and paid.
Right. So all the parking would be paid is one thing. So that's the kind of the first level of discouraging parking. And it would be, as far as the rest of that, if Rochelle, if you can take that, because that's really in your area.
Sure. Parking is limited on main campus, and it is all parking is shared. So that allows us to reduce the amount of parking because we can, at night for events, we can use the same lots for permit parking. It's unbundled, so it's not tied to any, if you have a residential unit, you don't get a parking space, you still have to pay for it. And all of the parking lots are always managed at all times, and there is no free parking. So, part of our TDM is to try to reduce the SOV use even further than it is today. And that will be done by, our buses and our mobility and increased additional collaboration with the city to get people out of their cars and riding their bikes and using alternative ways to get to campus.
That was certainly a theme of the recent Transportation Master Plan at CU.
Thank you.
Great. So time is moving along here. Does anybody have any last advice on the transportation? Any thoughts? Or should we move on to the next subject?
Can I say one or two more things because of the comments that came up earlier? You've heard lots of comments about well, I learned in the newspaper that I was statistically incompetent and I don't know how to project future traffic. And all I want to say is that the projection of future traffic, the factoring of COVID versus pre-COVID traffic. Everything has been done very carefully and very scientifically. And I guarantee you in the update to this study, I will do a much better job explaining exactly how and why we did what we did. And the last thing I would say is that, you know, people have advocated, why would you ever hire us to do this project? The city should get their own consultant. And I am doing this study because the city asked us to do this study. In fact, a little more than a year ago, when we started scoping this study, it was thought of as a joint work for the city and CU. Clearly CU is paying the budget, so they're my client, but I look at it as I'm just trying to educate the conversation. I don't have a horse in this race.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, hopefully things do get heated sometimes, and people say things, and I know it's going to be that way, but we appreciate your input. Thank you so much. So Phil, did you want to take us to the next subject?
Sure. Thanks for attending. And I would say to our transportation colleagues on the call, you are free. We're going to cut you loose. We've made use of our staff, so we'll do that. So I'd like to...
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to just briefly tee up. We'd expect that the agreement would have a mixture of general terms, a lot of standard information, things that impact the entire site, as well as terms that are specific to geographical areas, such as like the development area. And so this, hopefully you're seeing this slide that says general terms. A few of the ones that we wanted to highlight, some new concepts that really came out of the community engagement process. Would be one, affordable housing. As you know, affordable housing is a central component in community benefit packages for annexations, but so open space and land dedication could also be in the mix. And the latter two is really where we've been focused on, but through the process, we've identified, heard from the community that we need to be looking at that too. So we've informed the university, they're aware of the interest and need for additional affordable housing. And so that's a discussion that will be had. There's not a lot to share at this point on that. Another question we were getting was sale of land. What happens if CU sells the whole site or a section of it to someone else? And so what we've been able to get preliminary agreement on is if that happens, the city would receive the first right of refusal or first right of offer to purchase the property. And if the city was not the eventual buyer, then all the normal city regulations would apply to that new owner. And so the third one would be the annexation contingent on the flood project. I'm going to get into that with the second and final slide in this section. Really quickly, we're looking at how to apply outdoor lighting and wetland standards to the site, the city standards. We're looking at specific, we have more specifics about how the city will review the future master plan and development plans for the site. This is a review and comment, not a veto. And then there's no change in a couple of those items. The fire station was brought up in public comment. Just want to say that where we are with that is that the university is offering 2 acres of land that we can use for a public safety facility. It does not mean that we have to close down any fire station. It means that we have 2 acres of land and we can determine what the needs are in South Boulder for public safety and make choices in the future about whether or not to utilize that, and if so, how. So it doesn't make us close Fire Station 4. And then lastly, we are in a disagreement about a payment in lieu of taxes, which is further explained in the memo. The annexation contingent on flood mitigation. This is a proposal pretty recent. And in this scenario, if let's just say the site was annexed this year, there would be a period of time, probably several years, that this university would forego development except for rec fields. At the same time, we'd be doing our permitting and our final design of a flood mitigation project. There'd come a point in time when the question is raised, is the project going to be approved? And if yes, the university would proceed with its plans in compliance with the agreement. But if not, then the city could take action to de-annex the site. And so it provides some certainty under the scenario of us annexing the site and then not having the flood mitigation project, which is really a central driver to the decision to annex. Those are some of the general terms we highlighted. I'll stop sharing my screen and to see if there's any questions or input.
Sarah?
So I have several questions specific to the issue of contingencies. So I'm really pleased that this is something that you all are in discussion on. I want to just make sure I want to be clear about what it means. The first is that there'd be the right of first refusal, and if it was sold to someone an entity other than the city, it would have to abide by current city regulations. And the way you actually put it was that it would have to abide by current zoning. But there's no underlying zoning. There's land use designations, but not underlying zoning. So what would be the process for getting from underlying land use designation to an underlying zoning for if a parcel of that land was sold?
It would have what we would anticipate. What's proposed is an initial zoning of public. And so it would have public zoning in the city.
And help me to understand what that means in terms of what if a purchaser has to come through the city processes and it's on public land, I guess I can look in 9-6-1, but what does that allow? Another university, or that can be a lot of things, a hospital, or can it allow for housing?
Yeah, and Charles, is he still on the call? I'm not. Charles, do you want to maybe take that one?
Sure. There's a number of, well, I shouldn't say a number. There's actually fairly limited uses in the public zone district. I'm going to pull up my code here. Do you have questions about specific uses, Sarah, or just generally?
Well, I'm just generally, if let's just for the sake of the scenario, CU decides to sell a portion of the land, and whoever buys it is going to want to buy it for the things that can be built on it. But what can be built on it may or may not advance the city's objectives, particularly when it comes to housing. So what I'm concerned about is the whether or not, I think it's great that a new purchaser would have to go through city processes. I think it's less great if we aren't going to get out of that the things we need the most. And I'm curious how we might be able to ensure that, although it might be public zoning now, it could become zoning that would allow for a significant amount of housing that's affordable and diverse.
Sure. So attached and detached dwelling units are permitted in the P zone through the use review process. But I think what you said is spot on. If later P isn't the right zoning to support the program for the site, then I think we would probably entertain a rezoning to support the type of development that we want to see and maximize housing opportunity.
And does that happen? Is that doable after someone, again, this is a scenario, after someone purchases some of that land from CU? I'm trying to imagine all the possible outcomes where it becomes a taking, essentially, if we change the zoning after someone has purchased it, thinking they're buying land that's zoned for public.
Yeah, I think when I talk about a rezoning, I envision that to be companion to a development application.
Okay.
So that we have the conversation comprehensively and not just incrementally.
Okay. And does that imply that the development application means that the development rights that might be approved through the annexation would not transfer if that land were sold?
Phil, I'd have to defer to you on the mechanics of the drafting at this point.
Yeah, that term is not written. And so I think if you had input around it, we could consider it, but the attorneys haven't started that. But the initial idea was that the agreement for this is unique. Usually we would have more detail, for a project like this. And so in this case, the fail-safe was to just rely on our existing regulations. And that was.
Okay. So
can I add on? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to wrap up and say, okay, this is my feedback. I think it would be very important. I said it in the last time we did this. I think it would be very important that whoever, if the land was sold and and someone was coming to the city, that it would have to go through the entire development review process, and that the development rights approved through this process would not transfer to the purchaser, because the purchaser is unlikely to be another state institution that doesn't have to abide by our rights, our regulations. And I would think that residents of the city would prefer that that new owner not get special dispensation because of who they bought the land from.
Yes.
Actually, I have a question about that, though. Most of the terms in the annexation agreement are limitations, not. So basically, if someone other than a public entity like CU bought the property, if those limitations were still in place and they had to conform to our zoning laws, that might be better than, I'm not sure what you're looking for exactly. I don't know that we have a way to just say that we could just automatically rezone, right? So
Well, I think I'm not sure what the tools are. I know what the outcome is. So I'll start with I'll focus on the outcome, which is that because CU is a state entity, they're getting, they don't have to abide by, I appreciate all the discussion and negotiation that's going on in terms of height and all that stuff. But it is a state entity and it does not have to abide by our regulations, our development regulations. And that is just what is. But if a portion or all of the land were to be sold to an entity that is not a state entity, I don't feel that they should benefit from the development rights or development opportunity that CU benefits from. And I want to make sure, and again, I don't know what the tools are. I want to make sure that a new owner has to go through our processes, because our processes are designed to get us outputs that serve the needs of the city.
does that make sense still? I think that actually my assumption was they would, if they're not like a CU and they aren't exempt in law, then I just assumed that they would become a normal property owner in Boulder.
Yeah, we would do it just like it was anything else, I think, the way. Yeah.
But when a developer, if I apply, okay, I apply to build something in TVAP and I get the rights to I go through the process, I get the rights to do that. I can sell those to the next developer who can build what that was approved. That's where I'm trying to, does that make sense? I'm trying to not have what CU gets approved become the thing the next developer builds, because that next developer is not going to be a state institution that's free from the opportunity, free from our developmental processes and regulations. I feel like I'm.
Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, Sarah. You're asking for clarity in the language in the annexation agreement to make sure that we understand how that's going to work.
Yes.
And I think that's what we asked for last time, and we're seeing
we're moving
progress
in that
towards that,
direction.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
I just want some clarification. That's why I was asking for clarification of what Phil has described.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a new concept, so this input's helpful as it's actually flushed out.
Right. Yeah, I'll just say in general that I can see progress made on a lot of the concerns that were raised at the last time we looked at the briefing book. And the briefing book, I just have to say, it is come so far in 6 months. It's really it's more readable and it seems more concise somehow, yet there's more that's been added to it. So somehow I just have to give you kudos in keeping that book relevant and making it more usable. And I love that you took the ideas that we had about the roadmap. If you're looking for this, go here, that you took that exactly the way people recommended it. So that was really, really lovely to see, Phil. Thank you. John.
Yeah. I wanted to focus on the issues related to the payment in lieu of taxes and other fees and financial concerns associated with this. I understand that there has not yet been agreement reached on the question of payment in lieu of taxes, and I would like to understand perhaps the legal issues associated with that. And the reason I am particularly wondering about that is because I work quite a bit with other government agencies, federal agencies, who have a very active payment in lieu of taxes arrangement. And I fail to understand why this can't be done with a state university. The other question associated with this is to understand what sorts of fees would be paid for tap fees and other fees associated with annexation that typically occur when private land is annexed to the city, and there's a number of requirements associated with the costs there. And so I would like to be updated on that.
Sure. So the pilot program was initially proposed by the city. The backdrop there is that the university does not pay property taxes, though the city does provide some services like fire and rescue. And so to recoup some of those costs, staff proposed that we enter into a voluntary agreement with the university to set up basically a regular payment that would be something like an annual payment based on a percentage of property taxes is how a lot of those are done. The city pays pilot payments to fire districts actually for our open space land. So in my understanding of it, it's a voluntary agreement between two parties. And at this point, we don't have, the university could speak to why they're not open to it, but in general is not open to the concept of entering into an agreement like that.
I mean, so is there any legal reason why the university would refuse to when other government agencies are able to do that? That's one question. And the other question is, what about the other fees associated with annexations and tap fees and things like that?
I don't know if CU wants to speak to that. The justification in general, I know there's some concerns around setting a precedent for this, and so with other campuses. And so I don't want to speak for them, but that's been the general concern about that, not necessarily a legal reason why it's preventing an arrangement from taking place.
Yeah, I can tell you that a pilot is not on the table for us, but what we are considering is certainly the flow of consideration around the whole annexation agreement. And so there are many ways that CU does contribute to the community and partner with the city on many things. And but a pilot would establish a precedent that CU nor any other university in Colorado that we know of has established. So we're not looking to establish that precedent. We are into a discussion about certainly the consideration and the benefits that are flowing back and forth.
And what about the other fees associated with annexation and connection to taps and so on?
Yep. Right. So we have certain agreements with our other campuses regarding like water tap fees, wastewater tap fees, and that sort of thing. And so we're looking to those to inform how we'll come to arrangements around those with the city. What we're not looking to do is certainly if there are impacts, those are things that we have to consider. You know, we're not looking to push the cost of any of the impacts for our development onto the city in any way whatsoever. But there are certainly the relationship between the city and CU is complex, and there are special agreements for water agreements and that sort of thing that are in existence. There's an agreement specifically for East Campus that is currently under negotiation. And so we have to take into context all those agreements whenever we look at how we address those. But I can tell you that our approach is going to be that for us to pay the cost of any direct impacts that we have offsite. I can't speak to specifically how we will address one specific PIF plan investment fee versus another. And a stormwater fee is a prime example of that, because the stormwater PIF right now is one that is certainly all of our campuses are managed under a different in a different way than, say, normal campuses are with respect to stormwater. We have our own permit directly with the state, our own MS4 permit for stormwater discharge, but as well, a lot of the existing improvements out there, the impervious cover at CU South, it's minimal, but it's also going to be torn up with the flood project. So even though those impermeable improvements will be gone by the time the flood project or annexation starts. And as well, much of the runoff that comes across the site is actually coming off the site from the city onto the site and then off of the CU South property. So there's a lot of nuances to that specific one that we're investigating today.
Well, thank you for that. If I can just react, I understand that there's a wide variety of related issues that the city and CU are discussing, but it's becoming increasingly apparent that CU is expanding in many directions, in many locations. And so what happens here is probably just a fraction of other aspects where CU is expanding within Boulder. And so I think there is a considerable weight that we need to attach to this to deal with, to establish a precedent with how CU is and the city has relations, not only here, but elsewhere where CU expands into what was previously privately owned land. Anyway, that's just a reaction here.
I would just say that I don't necessarily agree with your assertion that we're expanding in many ways across the city.
Well, we don't need to go into detail, but the facts speak for themselves.
And there will be plan investment fees that'll be due at the time of development, and prior to connecting to the city system, we will expect that an agreement detailing, like Derek talked about, for the CU South side, it'll be a separate agreement that'll be similar to the East Campus and the main campus that we have in effect.
I also just want to emphasize that, we're in this negotiation with the city because of the need for flood mitigation. Our intent to develop CU South is very far in the future. So we're really trying to come to an agreement around these guiding principles. But we don't have, as Derek mentioned several times before, exact plans. This is really to preserve our future, but we don't have it ready to go. So just in terms of the statement about expanding into Boulder, I would agree with what Derek said, that we don't have immediate plans to expand the campus beyond where we are right now.
And Abby, thank you. Could you just say your, I don't think.
I'm a new face here. Yeah, so you probably all are used to seeing Frances Draper here. You may know she retired at the end of March. So my name is Abby Benson. I'm an associate vice chancellor on the campus. I work with the chief operating officer, and I oversee our community and government engagement group. So I'm the new face in these negotiations, although I've been at CU for a long time, so I've been familiar with this project for a long time, but it's great to be here.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, Sarah.
I just want to, a question and then a question. We'll talk about cost issues in a separate little category. Is that right, Phil?
No, I didn't have a separate category for it, so we can.
Okay. All right, I'm going to come back to John's cost questions, but I do have a question about affordable housing. I think it'd be awesome to have permanently affordable housing on site, but I would recommend that CU develop more permanently affordable housing for its undergrads. Not only would that help alleviate some of the challenges for working families and individuals who work in Boulder, but it would also address some of the challenges that students at CU and elsewhere have, where high housing prices makes college even more stressful than it needs to be, and can leave them saddled with even more debt than they had. So if the university was to think about to be open to having some permanently affordable housing on the CU site, I would urge it to be specifically for undergraduates.
Anyone else want to comment on affordable housing costs? Anything else?
I just want to say that affordable housing is still kind of a conversation we're having with the city. We obviously have limitations as a state entity about what we can do in that arena, but what we're really interested in is providing housing for our community, which I think helps alleviate the housing pressures more broadly in Boulder. So that's really a goal for us, is to make sure that we have housing for our students, faculty, and staff.
I appreciate that. And can I just get a teeny tiny bit of clarification from the chair? So this is a great conversation. And it's my understanding that our goal here is for the planning board members to be giving feedback to the city on the elements of the negotiations. Is that correct?
That's right. So if you are drawing conclusions on any of these subjects we're talking about and you have some ahas, please write Phil, you'd like to hear them and to take notes and take them to the next round of ironing out the annexation terms.
Okay, so I do have some cost questions and I'm happy to wait to bring them up or to bring them up now. Phil, you tell me what you'd like to do.
It's completely up to you. Let's do it now.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for adding that section. I think that was incredibly important and valuable because I think we were all kind of in the dark and there were ideas and fears and numbers floating around and there wasn't necessarily clarity. And I realize there's still things that are not answered in terms of costs that cannot necessarily be determined at this point. So thank you very, very much for that. I do think some version of a pilot is really a valuable tool to try to develop. I recognize that CU, that's a no-go for CU, but I think the city should be holding on to that as a important tool. And I have some concerns, some questions, I guess, about still with the cost related to the fill issue. And I guess I'm struggling to understand why it is that the city would be paying what is an estimated $25 million for fill and soil impacts that have to happen for CU to be able to build. And it seems like that, given that if I'm understanding correctly, it's a necessary condition for CU to be able to build on that site, then it would seem like it would be a cost of doing business. And again, that may be the wrong term, but it would be a cost of doing business for CU, and therefore a conversation that should be had about at least sharing those costs, because that's a lot of money for the city to absorb. So I might be misunderstanding the lay of the land, but from what I read in the report, that was my takeaway. I'm happy to be better informed, but it seems to me that should be a cost that's shared.
Yeah, I know that it's high on the radar of our utility staff to be looking at creative ways to reduce that cost. There's a policy question of balancing of, we are going to, without the fill in that location, we would be then allowing, with the current setup, the university to construct structures in a 100 and a 500-year floodplain. And right now, that's something that we're avoiding on the site in total. And so it is a cost. It is what it is right now, but I do know that our staff are looking into trying to figure out creative solutions for it.
And is it still an open, is there a discussion going on with this, with CU about how to divide up the costs? Because does the city have $25 million lying around to pick up those costs?
I think all of the cost conversations is probably part of a holistic discussion that will be taking place, especially around open space, conveyance, and other aspects of the project that are pretty high dollar conversations. And so those haven't happened yet, but will be happening in the near future.
Okay. Then I guess instead of asking questions, I'll say that from my perspective, more equitable division of costs would be an objective I would very much like to, an outcome I'd like to see. And I'll leave it at that.
Sarah, thank you. I actually have had the same set of questions around the fill. And I know that from, we represent the city, and the residents of the city would feel better knowing that we're getting the best possible, the best possible outcome for our dollars and our tax dollars. So I agree with what you're saying. And also the open space getting the open space conveyance generously put, a generous outcome there might help to alleviate the sting of the fact that we're, paying for this fill. So I'm hoping that we'll see everything kind of balance out on that. But I know that there are a lot of people in the city who are asking, gee, why are we footing the bill for that as well? So I agree with that concern. I don't know if there's any comments from you, Phil, on that at this point, but.
No, some of the impacts are, we're going to dig do a bunch of excavation, and we'll have to demo some of their property. And so it's reimbursing them for that. And then, yeah, but I saw John raised.
Oh, did John's hand was up? You're kind of dark there. I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, I'm in the dark. I'm in a situation here. So if I can expand a little bit on what Sarah started with. This is a comment to Phil, I think, more than to Derek and Abby. And that is that when we make a decision on this annexation, we're expected to be aware of the benefits and the costs associated with it. And we want to make an intelligent decision on behalf of the city. And my concern is that we are aware of neither the benefits nor the costs that we're being asked to deal with. The benefits, to some degree, are the benefits associated with floodplain management downstream, but also associated with open space acquisition and other consequences of this transaction, but the costs we really don't know. So as far as I'm aware, we do not have an economic analysis of this transaction as distinct from a financial analysis. Now, it's not clear to me, I don't want to be academic about it because that would be inappropriate, but when we are asked to provide advice to City Council on whether this how we think about this annexation, whether it should be moving forward, we should have the information, at least at a very rough level, of the type that I just described. And as I see it, we don't. And so I would encourage Phil and our staff to develop at least a very rough analysis so that we can make that sort of a recommendation. I think you understand the concepts that I'm talking about, but I don't see how we will do that based on the information that we have to date.
So you're kind of envisioning a more robust like fiscal impact analysis that would show a more broad range of impacts to the general fund and other specific city impacts.
That's right.
Peter?
I'd echo that. Most of the consternation we seem to hear from the community is lack of clarity. People, if they don't understand something, then they are instinctively agitated by that, especially a well-educated population like Boulder. And I think that this is sticking with people not understanding enough about this. And I appreciate the university's point of view that they don't know and that they're coming to the table with us to provide this floodplain management. And we seem to be getting caught up on these circular topics of what are you hiding the ball? No, we don't know what we're going to do. Why don't you know what you're going to do? Because we don't. Then what are we doing here? Because you asked us to be here. What are you going to do? I don't know. So but the money is real, and now more than ever. And I know we still don't even really know, John, what it will be, but fleshing that out more, I think will help. That's feedback that I would have, Phil.
Okay.
Is, in the absence of that, we're getting caught up on things that are becoming contentious that don't need to be contentious, and we're missing the point of what we're trying to do in the short to midterm. Because we're so used to developers coming in and they're going to do something in years because they have capital sources that require that to happen, and this is an entirely different scenario. So in the absence of that certainty, we can at least shore up some of these other details with at least a caveat of this is an estimation, at least it's something. So I hope that helps.
Well, can I just add? Can I just add to that, and then I'll go back to you again, John? What you're saying is right on target. I also think that our elected officials on the city council are probably more in the spotlight with regards to this issue than the planning board. They're the ones who ultimately answer to the people who voted them into office. And so I would think that if they're listening to this at this late hour, or if they, once you go give them a summary of what we talked about, Phil, that they would even maybe have more urgency to be able to explain to Boulder residents what the cost analysis. So yes, I think planning board has a role in shining the light on that. But ultimately, we also can kind of specialize in planning related issues, and then the economics. Eventually, city council is probably the most front and center on that. So I just wanted to.
Well, I disagree. We are being asked to make a recommendation to council based on all aspects of what we're looking at. And it seems to me that a fundamental aspect is to be able to roughly talk about the costs and roughly talk about the benefits.
No, I'm sorry, you misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't saying that we did not want to know that. I was saying that we're recommending to council because I think they, even more than us, need to know that. But we do as well. So I didn't mean to downplay our role in that. I think that I was reinforcing that this message should resonate with council, if that makes sense.
No.
But go ahead, expound on that in any way that you wanted to.
No, I think I made my point. I don't want to beat it into the ground.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
I mean, I agree with, pretty much everything that John and Peter said, and you as well. I just think that that's critical in really getting our arms around things.
One thing I wanted to just point out on that slide that you just presented, Phil, was that you have come up with a mechanism by which we would roll back annexation if the flood mitigation wasn't permitted. That was really interesting to me. So that means that actually then we would potentially be back in the situation where we would wait for an actual site review as part of an annexation, and we would just take it back to that kind of standard route. Is that what would happen?
No, I think we go further, and this is very unconventional, and so we're just trying to think out of the box here. But in that case, if the de-annexation happened, it would be back in the unincorporated county under the Boulder County jurisdiction.
So basically, just all bets are off, and yeah, eventually we could see a site review with an annexation request in a completely different way or whatever. So yeah, okay, very interesting. I think that was a pretty big step since the last time we met.
So there's quite a bit of more things, and I guess
Are
I
there?
get the board's pulse or lack thereof about whether or not you want me to dive into that, or if you wanted to comment. We have visuals and all these things and stuff, but you know, if you want me to come back to another meeting or kind of what you're thinking.
Yeah, I guess we have the potential. We were when we talked about this in the agenda meeting, we were thinking an hour, and we're over an hour in now, almost 2 hours probably. So what do people think? You want to keep going for a while?
Get the first vaccine shot I got today is what everyone talks about on the second one, but I'm certainly a little tired right now, personally.
I don't know if we have any capability of doing another session where we continue, Phil, but it is getting late. John?
I'd be very interested in another session because I do not think that we have dealt with this in a complete and comprehensive way.
Well, this is the first time we've seen the transportation plan, so there was a lot to say about that, and we knew there would be. How many subjects do we have left at this point?
The public area and open space. Those are the two.
The two major areas. So would that be something we'd want to just do on a schedule for the next update?
What's the schedule, Phil, for?
Well,
what's your schedule?
Yeah, we will be talking to council on Tuesday. And then after that, we will be basically starting the annexation agreement shortly thereafter to begin crafting it. And so I would say in the summer, we'd probably be possibly before the planning board with an agreement. And so it's we're a few months out.
So we don't really have, I mean, if we want to be able to get input to council, this is kind of our only time for this stage. Is that right?
More than happy to go through the slides too and do it tonight, or be flexible with another meeting too.
Well,
I'm happy to power through if this is our only shot.
I don't know, Charles mentioned earlier that in May, we may have a somewhat less stressful schedule. I think it might be useful for us to do this in May. That's still useful for council and for ourselves before we make the decision.
Well, let's just go ahead and take a quick straw poll. Who would like to keep going tonight? Just, you know, the advantage would be, you know, that it would get to council for this meeting next Tuesday, right? Who would like to potentially wait to finish the other two subjects in May? So tonight, hands? Okay, John?
I can do it.
John, I do worry that the comprehensive treatment that you seek is never going to actually happen, period.
Well, let's see what the next two sections hold in store. I think we've been through actually a couple of the more difficult ones. So when we go to the next slide and just see where we.
Okay, I'll try to be efficient, but I'll also say that we want to make sure we're bringing the planning board along. And so if there's a light agenda in May, there's no reason I can't.
We could do another update. Cool.
Yeah, and talk through it with you. So 308 acres total on the site. City staff through these various recommendations are actually recommending that almost 40% of the site be conveyed to the city for open space, flood mitigation, and a public safety facility. So there was a lot of questions that you've heard around this being a 300-acre campus, and I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, because the developable area that is designated public is 129 acres. And then within that, there's still going to be other constraints that are going to limit some of the development activity. And so the public area, the 129 acres, is outlined here in black. And you'll see there might be some minor impacts through the city's flood mitigation project. We've talked about the access points to the site. After a lot of neighborhood meetings, we heard of a lot of requests for some additional kind of buffering along some of the western boundary of the property, particularly with the South Creek 7 neighborhood. And so staff has proposed a buffer along that western boundary. That middle part adjacent to Tantra Park is largely wetlands too. And so we would see, especially where the houses back up to the property line here, just some additional buffering, soft buffering, landscaping, and likely a multi-use path. We're also in agreement that we're going to avoid any steep slopes. This middle area would likely be primarily wetlands, natural area. And then we've also recognized that the southwest portion of the site, directly adjacent to the single family subdivision Highview, needs a little bit of attention, and we're calling that the limited impact zone, where we would limit the uses to likely residential and likely not multifamily residential, really just with an eye towards compatibility with the adjacent neighborhood. And so I think in reality, once you start looking at different site constraints, this isn't intended to be a specific, very accurate really, but it's really just broad strokes what you might end up seeing for actual areas of development. The guiding principles, we talked a little bit about this earlier, list several uses that will be prohibited on the site. And our goal here now is to define those. And so, for example, no large scale sport venue like a football stadium. The university proposed that a large scale sporting venue, which would be prohibited, be capped at a 3,000 person seating, which would be about the intensity of Potts Field. Again, there'd be a definition describing that a little bit more. We've also talked about the site not including large research complexes like those on the East Campus. We'll call those in the agreement the large non-residential buildings, and the cap there being 175,000. As an example of a large research building, we would see the Seek and Seal complex. That's a pretty, those two combined are pretty large. I think when presenting this 175,000 gross square foot proposal, the university had in mind the newer aerospace building shown on the right. There's other definitions that either are defined or will be defined. The first three of which are in the briefing book. There's also questions around balancing residential and non-residential. And so a guiding principle is that residential will be phased after a significant amount of housing is built. And what the proposal is on the table is that the university would construct 100 residential units before any non-residential space, exempting ground floor retail and office as part of a mixed use building. The intent there being that providing some of those uses to further limit the need to leave the site for some of those services. Housing being the predominant use, so making sure that we emphasize housing over non-residential space. This is not finalized, but we're discussing a square footage formula where the balance of residential square footage to non-residential square footage would always lean towards the residential. How much it leans is still under the discussion, but that's the way we were going to approach those guiding principles. We're also looking at a height ceiling. So the university has agreed to a 55-foot height limit and measuring consistent with the city's charter. But we also recognize that as the elevation increases to the west, and so this is a cross section looking north, that height won't necessarily be appropriate. And so we are establishing a height ceiling limit that will be roughly the equivalent to the rooftops of the Highview subdivision. And so this is on that southwest hillside, and this is either Brown or Chambers of the Highview subdivision, and this is looking north. So if you could kind of imagine a horizontal plane going over the site where the roof of the building would not exceed, that would be the height ceiling. And it would be roughly equivalent to the rooftops of these houses. Also want to point out, you saw the buffer earlier. The city actually owns a strip of land shown here on the opposite side of the fence that was deeded to us when we were annexing these sites decades ago. And we would anticipate some additional buffering on CU side, and that would include kind of the multi-use path that's called for in our TMP. So that is a summary of some of the key deal points with that area. At this point in the public area, correct me if I'm wrong, Garrett, but there's not much we're disagreeing on in the public.
That's correct.
All right, so let's open it up to board discussion on this one. And Sarah, go ahead.
So I have two questions that are connected. The first is there a total square footage number for the built environment for the developable land? I mean, are you starting with a maximum known number?
No, we haven't. Yeah, we haven't discussed.
And I'm not suggesting you should. I just didn't know if you were. And then I guess I have some questions about the non-residential buildings and the impact on traffic. And it's not the same question as, Potts Field, but rather if you have non-residential buildings that include classrooms, you're going to have even more traffic back and forth between this and the other two parts of campus. And I'm curious if that has been discussed at all in terms of what the correct ratio is between residential and non-residential, if that's playing a role. And could it and should it?
It's included in the traffic study as a component of the scenario. And so there's a traffic generation estimate from it. But no, we haven't gotten that fine grain of details. So we've been looking at the total number of acceptable trips. Yeah.
Okay.
I had a question on the building height. It looked like we're pretty much reproducing the language in the city that the city uses to calculate height, and just taking that right into the annexation agreement. So it's the same formula.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to say, and nothing I saw in this area was much of a surprise. We've been hearing a lot of this, and so I guess, the question in front of the board is, does this seem to be going in the, it's settling down pretty good, and this is the meat of the built environment, right? So, any.
Well, I would say that from a height perspective, with height, I think it's maybe as best we're going to get, since CU is being kind enough to try to abide closely to our height limit. I personally would prefer to see, and I realize I'm not driving CU's growth plans, much more housing, very little non-residential use other than that which would enable people to have a walkable neighborhood within that residential development. The expansion of campus versus the expansion of housing seems to me, from the city's perspective, less valuable than the expansion of housing. That's, I think, really the need that needs to be addressed. From my perspective, that is the direction I would prefer we go. And I realize that you've already said housing will be the primary objective, but it sounds like there's also the potential for a number of non-residential buildings that are not mixed use, but actually classrooms or research centers or things like that.
And we have that size guidance on the maximum size of a building. Does that seem to the board to be the appropriate?
Those are still big buildings.
That's what I was.
Those are still very big buildings. And again, I don't work for CU, but I think about the size of the buildings on the East Campus, in Research Park, I think you all call it. Those are very, very, very large buildings surrounded by parking lots. And I think of all the space that's over there for additional non-residential buildings. And I just think creating a neighborhood over here with limited non-residential would be key to addressing some of CU's challenges and some of the challenges that CU's large student body introduces into the city as well.
John.
Yeah, I think generally the city's approach to dealing with the height issue is reasonable, and I think that's a good way to move ahead. One thing I'm wondering about is to what degree there's going to be any sort of discussion in the agreement about how land is, what sort of open space requirements and parking are likely to be. And I understand that CU is not subject to city regulations and requirements there, but as a function of the annexation, I wonder if we should be thinking about avoiding a sea of parking with a few, residential buildings nearby. In general, my perception is that CU has been pretty responsible on its other campuses, but I would hate to see, acres of parking there with a couple big buildings surrounded by parking lots. How is that dealt with in the annexation agreements?
John, a sea of parking is actually a term used in the NIST agreement for its development, and so word for word. So I just wanted to point that out. But the university did propose, and we haven't vetted it because it came in close to memo time, some parking requirements, but we haven't, other than an agreement that there'll be parks built and open spaces for future residents, we haven't gotten to a specific number like in Title IX. And so if that's something that the planning board thinks is important, that we get in some specific requirements, that would be good to know.
Well, I would encourage that because I think it is quite important.
Yeah.
I was muted. Peter.
If I would accept on the east edge even higher limits if it, as Sarah is saying, it was dedicated all to housing. On the very eastern edge bordering the open space, going up beyond that height if in exchange agreement on housing, additional housing. Because I do agree with what Sarah was saying, that this is an opportunity to solve solve the housing equation to an extent that the CU and the city were inextricably linked on, and they've said they want this to be housing. I know they need research facilities, but they've already seemingly conceded on not having massive research facilities on this site. So I'm not throwing this out there to be an irritant or anything, but for the with Sarah, but also I agree that the neighborhood carrying the height of the roof line there is great, but the eastern edge of town, that that is one place that should be least controversial, and the university can go as high as Williams Village if it chooses anyway. So
I don't know if other board members are going to resonate with that one. I know that there's been a lot of concern about protecting the sightlines from the South Boulder Creek trails, and the thought is that with the current height profile, they'd be shielded by, currently they'd actually be shielded by that levee. And if the levee is taken down, then there would have to be maybe some trees and stuff to kind of shield it. But I know there's been a lot of analysis that went into protecting those view corridors. So I don't know about going.
I'll peel
above
it back
55.
and just say I agree with Sarah on a driving principle. Should continue to be housing as universities.
Yeah, one thing I thought, I think that also, Sarah, from what you said, it sparked a couple things. One is, maybe making the profile, the mix of housing non-housing a little bit stronger in the annexation agreement if there's some room there. And the other thing I thought was, you're right, those buildings are pretty large. So what about, has anyone thought about how many of those there might be? A couple of anchor buildings and then a smaller building. So maybe is there room to talk about, maybe not doing quite, or actually specifying that there not be too many of these large buildings? These moderately large buildings. So I don't know if there's been any discussion like that. Just a thought. John.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to support your concern about having very high buildings along the eastern side, because I think there's a lot of people who use that open space and treasure the views. So I'd be very cautious about encouraging higher buildings, as Peter suggested.
I won't go so far as to call it an irritant, but.
Well, and there's a way to imagine a level of, we talk about density, and density tends to mean like big dense apartment buildings, but you can have density at the level of, and I'm not suggesting holiday neighborhood, but you get a density bonus, which allows you to build super compactly. And if there's a way to imagine super compact development with, maybe you have some 55-foot tall buildings, maybe you have some 35-foot tall building. I'm certainly not going to try to tell you what to build exactly, but you could in 100 and something acres, you can put an awful lot of housing into that. That's a lot of land. And I realize that there needs to be open space. I realize there's a whole bunch of other requirements, but if you don't try to also push in there office buildings or classroom buildings that might be empty on the weekends and empty in the evenings, and instead make it a very vibrant, livable neighborhood. Think of it as a neighborhood. I just feel like you could really, to reiterate what Peter said, help to unlock a mutual challenge that the city and the university are facing, and that is a point of conflict that maybe doesn't need to be an ongoing point of conflict. Just providing more housing for your students and faculty.
Yeah, I had a question about that, and maybe it's already been discussed in previous meetings because I haven't been to them. But around, it says very clearly, right, the intention is for most of this housing to be for faculty and staff, graduate students, and non-first year students. How, in your view, how does that intention translate to reality? Is this subsidized by the university for faculty and things like that? I know that's a big issue as far as the university goes. I'm just curious how that turns into reality from the intention, and we just don't end up with a lot of homes that are unaffordable.
Is that a question for CU?
Yeah. I'm just curious.
So to be honest, we don't know. I know that affordable housing has been floated as a component of this. It's very difficult for the university as a public entity. We just can't avail ourselves of the Section 8 tax incentives and other federal incentives to construct affordable housing that actually make it feasible. So it's a challenge for us. We can't use the typical pathways that other developers would use to develop affordable housing. Now, what we are very interested in is creating as attainable housing and as affordable as possible, but not with the technical term affordable as it's commonly understood. It's just something that we can't do as a public entity. And to answer your question, we just don't know today. I mean, again, this kind of goes back to the fact that we don't have a plan there, but it's something that we think about every day as far as how to create housing that is more affordable and attainable for all of our community. Hopefully over the next few years, probably 7 years, 5 years before we at least have anything that we started to plan out here at the earliest. 7 to 10 is more likely that something might start appearing out here. In that time frame, we're going to certainly dedicate all of our resources to figuring out how to deliver the best product, most attainable product for our community.
Thank you.
All right. Phil, are we going to talk about design guidelines still, or should I make my one comment on that?
I would go for it. I'm taking notes.
Okay, great. So I know that we're, I think it's great that we have the design guidelines in there. And I know that the city will have scrutiny over designs with no veto power, is my understanding, but at least a chance to comment. Will that include planning board, or is it just a council thing?
Well, it's up to us, I think. Other agreements we have that have a review process, not with the university, but other entities, say that the city will facilitate a process. And so it gives us the latitude. And right now we're looking at a 90-day review for the master plan and 60 days for, I think, development plans. And so the 90 days would allow for a planning board and council review probably. And then I think 60 would be probably one or the other, or very quick.
Yeah, I would encourage maybe to have language in the annexation agreement that would say, and it may not just be planning board, maybe there's one that open space board should weigh in on, or one that TAB should weigh in on. So when an appropriate board should be involved in a particular issue, it would be nice to know that we have some ability to get comments from those experts. Anything else before we move on to the next section? All right, Phil, is this the last section of slides?
I'm just going to go through both of them because they're kind of related, and we'll be done.
Open it up. Okay.
And I do also don't want to act like or give the impression that I'm trying to rush through it. So I'll just say that if we feel that we need to circle back around, I'm again more than happy to come back to the next meeting. There's two areas. This one doesn't have a whole lot to talk through. This is the Park Urban Other area, about 60 acres. It includes the rec field excavation area and then the area just to the north of that. It actually represents the approximate footprint of the original flood mitigation concept back in 2015, referred to as option D. We expect needing about 25 to 36 acres of land for this flood mitigation footprint. The university has offered through its annexation 80 acres of land to the city at no cost for flood mitigation, and what's not needed for flood mitigation can be applied to the open space area shown there in green. And so with that said, the thing we're still talking through is that the university has a need for about 30 acres of land for recreational fields. This isn't drawing in the actual fields, but it is reserving land that is going to be acceptable for the university to go through a planning process and eventually construct fields on. So the balance, if there's about 15 or so acres in that area shown in purple, there's still, a balance of 10 or so acres. University is interested in putting those in that open space other area. City staff and the Open Space Board of Trustees don't agree. We feel that that area should be preserved and used as mitigation, environmental mitigation. And so we're in ongoing discussions, particularly about whether or not there's portions of the excavation area that'll be appropriate for rec fields in the future. And we're also in discussions around a potential track and dog park with a level of public access to. And so what I'd like to do is maybe just go right into, there's really just a couple of slides here. The open space other area is 119 acres of land on the site. And the area itself is kind of cut in half by an existing levee system. It's the trail that goes through the site. That 80 acres we talked about, the balance of it applied to open space could be that 44 acres outside the existing levee system. City staff proposed that the land in total be conveyed to the city at no cost as part of a comprehensive environmental mitigation plan. And that would include the ditch rights from Dry Creek ditch number 2 that goes through this area. there's ongoing discussions about what a conveyance of land for open space might look like, though there is disagreement about receiving the land at no cost from the university above and beyond what they've already provided through the 80 acres. Overall, our vision for this area is that while the city would hold title to the land, we would develop a partnership with CU for a comprehensive mitigation plan. And so in practice, this area would be restored and enhanced to offset impacts to the flood mitigation project and CU's future development. We'd also envision removing the existing levee system to reconnect the floodplain and connect to the adjacent open space lands. And everything I just said is there in concept, and we're starting to work through the details, but there's a lot of details that would need to be worked out. Again, we're still in agreement or in disagreement and working through the fields in the open space area. And we're also working through some potential interest from the university to explore community gardens and solar installation. The Open Space Board provided a recommendation in March, and it included really items 1 through 3 that I just mentioned. I'll also mention that the boundary to this area is roughly the 500-year floodplain. And we have agreed that on the site in total, no enclosed structures will be located in a 100 or 500-year floodplain. The Open Space Board of Trustees also had some concerns around viewshed protection, minimizing light and noise pollution, and ensuring compliance with city standards for future trail connections. Happy to go into more details on those if needed. While I wasn't there, the board also provided a amendment to the motion that they made at their meeting last night. And that includes this portion of their recommendation, and the addition is underlined here. It's pretty minor. So that's the brief summary of both the Park Urban Other area and the open space area.
Hey, so comments on both of those, Sarah, go ahead.
So I have 2 comments. The first is I support all the staff positions and OSBT positions in open space other in that category. And I'd like to suggest that perhaps there's in support of the transferring of all 119 acres of open space be conveyed to the city. Maybe there's some way for the city and the university to be working together to, as that area becomes transformed back into essentially undeveloped area, to be part of the university's research, a research lab for the university, an outdoor research lab. I know that Stanford has done that. I cannot remember the name of the wilderness or wildlife preserve that they created, but it's a collaborative effort, and the university uses it as a learning area for their students. And it would be such an amazing thing if the university would imagine doing the same thing with these 119 acres. Students in your ecology and environmental studies departments could be instrumental in helping to transform that land back into something really pretty amazing.
Excellent. And my recollection is the guiding principles even talk about how the preference would be to have environmental related fields of study in the academic buildings on this site. So that I think your comments are really great in alignment with that. Other comments? John.
Yeah, I think staff's ideas are good, and I'd encourage them to continue with their discussions. I support those objectives that they've laid out.
I saw a lot of Open Space Board input in the latest version of the briefing book. With trouble with terminology there, and so yeah, I can see that OSBT has really provided a lot of valid input into this. So
yeah, a lot of it is looking at the impacts to the adjacent open space, and so those are things that are teed up in the future conversations.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Great. So Phil?
Really appreciate it. I know it's hard to stay up that late, and the board does a lot of work for the city, so we appreciate it greatly. And I'll say that if needed if you feel like I need to come back to the board as we're going through this, please just let Charles know and we'll sort it out.
Well, Phil, thank you so much. And Jean, I see you're still here, and I'm sure Cindy and Hella are still here. Jacob, Charles, thanks to everybody from staff to hanging in with us so long. We haven't seen this in a few months, and it did go longer than we expected, but there's a lot to this. That said, I did look at the next agenda item for the first meeting in May, and it is a little bit light. And you will have spoken to council. Would there be value in an additional matters item to try to just see if the board has had some additional thoughts, and then to get your reaction to what you heard from council after next week's meeting? We could consider putting, maybe we don't need a decision tonight, but Cindy, you can work with everybody and see if it's possible to have another matters item, and if you're available, Phil.
Yeah, and I may ask that given the timeline, whether or not a memo is needed, we might make it a verbal update if that's okay.
That's probably good. Oh, sorry, Cindy.
Next week's meeting, the May 6th is our next meeting, and it's pretty full.
Is it? Oh, okay, maybe I was.
We have 3 items.
The 6th is a fairly busy agenda, and we do have some matters items already related to the AMPS project implementation.
AMPS is on there, yeah.
The 20th is a bit lighter. We basically have the concept plan for Diagonal Plaza, which will be kind of a healthy concept plan for you guys to review, but I think we should have some time at the end if you wanted to invite Phil back.
How does that sound? Yeah, I don't think there's any huge rush because we got all our input in that we could muster up for city council next week, and which I think is really great. So let's look at the 20th then. So the 20th?
20th.
Great. Cool. Thanks so much again, Phil, for hanging with us there, and for everybody from staff for staying around, and also from our friends from CU for coming to visit us, Abby, and who else is out there still?
Derek.
Yeah. Derek, there we are. So great, I see you now. John.
Yeah, I guess it sounds like we're wrapping up. I'd just like to say a general comment, and that is that although I believe that the decision council made on this flood mitigation project was fundamentally flawed and inappropriate, I am also very concerned that if the annexation moves forward, that it be done in the best and most efficacious way for the benefit of the city. And so for that reason, I'm very eager to continue this discussion with Phil on the 20th of May. Because that'll be useful for us because we need that information to make our recommendation to council.
Yeah. Great. It's one of the biggest things we're working on this year, so it's not surprising it took some time. All right. Well, with that, I guess we can just, we did the other matter of the retreat topics. Does it, any other matters from staff? Charles, Cindy, anything? Any other matters from the board that we need to bring up? We know that we're going to schedule some of your outstanding questions for an upcoming meeting as well, Sarah. So we have that on there. Hella?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. You're welcome to throw out any debrief items. Otherwise, I'm going to gavel us out for the night.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks. Thanks.
Have a nice night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.